All right, welcome here. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. Before I bring the meeting to order, I would just like to state about, I'm sure everyone's heard about the tragedy that's happened overnight and this morning in the city of Langley and also in the township of Langley. And I just want to state that our hearts go out to the family and friends of those affected by this senseless act of violence in our township of Langley and the neighboring city of Langley. We have limited information on the incident at this time, but we know the RCMP are investigating. We thank them for the quick response. So I know this is something that is just, there's no words to explain. And I thought that we could maybe just, for those who can stand, a moment of silence. Thank you. So with that, I'll bring the regular meeting of Township of Langley Council to order. And the first item is the adoption and receipt of the agenda items. And I would ask Council if we can move the presentation. We have a hockey team here. If we can move that to after the adoption of the minutes. So with that change, I'll ask for a motion. Councillor Kuntz moves it. Second by Councillor Davis. All those in favor and opposed, and that carries. Thank you. I need a motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes of July 11th and the public hearing minutes of July 11th. Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Ferguson. Any errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So, good afternoon. Welcome here to the team. It's my pleasure to honor the Langley Trappers hockey team who won the 2022 Cyclone Taylor Cup Championship this past April in Ladner, British Columbia. What an incredible accomplishment for these amazing hockey players. After winning the Pacific Junior Hockey League Stonehouse Cup playoffs in March, making franchise history, their hard work propelled them to the Provincial Junior B Championship title in April. They also finished the regular season with 68 points to take them to the Herald Britain Conference Division, another first for the team. A lot of hard work and dedication was shown by the team members, their coaches, and managers, and they're rewarded by bringing home the title of Best in BC. You set an exemplary example for all athletes of all ages in our community and should be very proud of your achievements. So I'm going to move up there and I'll have certificates to present. And so when I say your name, please come up, collect your certificate. And if you could just line up and we'll have a group picture of everyone with the certificates. And I think that those titles, one team winning in 1 year, has that ever happened before? All those titles for one team 1 year? It's like the Triple Crown of hockey, I think. Grand Slam. Wendy, are the mic on? Yeah, it's on. All right, we'll start this off. Perhaps I could have, who wants to be Vanna? Help. And these three, thanks, Margaret. So the first one is Leighton Sheeran. Picture. Thanks. If you just want to, we'll get a group. Hayden Young.
Thank you.
Jacob Nielsen. Brock. I hope I get this wrong. Jaworski. Benjamin Ways. Benjamin, congratulations. Thank you. Anthony Bosniak. Hope I got that right.
No, you got it.
Congratulations. Brendan Along. Jamie Highlands. Taj Gill. Head coach Brad Backen. Assistant coach Gary Mash. Operations manager Shannon Gilman. We couldn't have done it without you, right? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Liam Brissett. And administration manager Trish Backen. We got everybody? Yeah. Well, congratulations. We'll get a quick picture here. Snuggle in a bit. Anybody fit enough to kneel down or be able to get up again? Here, get a couple more up front. There we go. Another one. All right. Great, thanks. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next we'll move on to delegations. Our first delegation is Jacqueline Gwen Anderson, Seed of Spirit Society. And perhaps, yeah, we can turn that. So if you want to come forward, is Jacqueline here? Oh, there she is. Yeah. And just for all the delegations information, you have 5 minutes to present, and then I'll let you know when you're close so you can wrap up, and then there may be questions from council. Sure. If you want to give it to the clerk, the clerk will take it, and then she'll make sure that we get it. Thank you. I'm going to get the mic on. Hold on.
This for a couple of years. So anyway, SOS, Seed of Spirit. Spirit stands for Single Parents in Recovery in Today. Breaking the cycle of abuse, physical, mental, drugs, or alcohol. So my proposal here today is to take advantage of the homes that are up for demolition. So between the time that a developer goes in, asks for a permit, and the time that it gets the demolition, there's a period of maybe 10 months to a year. So we, single parents with children and or seniors, are wanting the ability of having you, the building department, give us a call or an email, let us know. Possibly we might be able to have something that's signed for the developer to authorize that we can go on. We can set up a security. We can fix up the house, and we can actually then rent each room for $375 to a single parent with children and or seniors. So this is an opportunity for single parents with children to unite together, work together. Kids can come out with their parents and make some pocket change. Also, the single parents, male or female, will also be paid. I have a company called Whistling Dixie's Organic Cleaning. They would then be paid according to the work that they did, and the children also would get pocket change as well. They would also work. This gives more of a networking. We will also have a house mom in there. We would have a standard where we do have on Facebook called Mums Collective. So we're constantly putting out, the 7 of us, a resource, whether it's health and nutrition, self-discovery, dealing with children that need special needs. So we have a great group of women, and Seed of Spirit Society is a not-for-profit. This is not about making profit, but it is about not getting single parents to always have to volunteer, but get paid, possibly being able to put money aside for kids for university, college, and then also the children of single parents having some pocket change, and that could bring up their morale, self-confidence. So we're proposing this, and I'm almost tempted to ask if we would be able to have a startup fund for an office. I don't know if we have to apply for a grant for that, but I'm wanting to work with the building department in either giving us a call or email, and a possibility of maybe $2,500 to get an office going so we can get this happening.
Thank you. Thank you. I do have a question from Council.
Thank you.
Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you for coming today. Really interesting concept. Just a couple of questions I had. One was you referred to it a couple times as pocket change. Can you be more specific? What does pocket change mean when these youth are doing these tasks?
Well, everybody gets paid, but however, when you have $1, $2, or $3, or $5, or $8 in your pocket, when you're at school, you can buy chips or pop, or you can buy lunch. You have something that doesn't make you feel like you can't have.
Right. So these youth they're paid when they're working for Whistling Dixie's Organic Cleaning, and they get paid to do that work? Or,
that's right.
But you're calling it pocket change, so I guess I'm just confused.
Well,
what that
it's
means.
a heading called pocket change, but however, they get paid accordingly. Everybody
Okay.
gets paid accordingly.
Okay. And in the document that we got here, it says you're requesting a letter of support. But then, so I'm just wondering what you're asking for specifically. You mentioned a bit about a grant. And then I'm wondering what the letter of support is for, what that means.
The support would be the building department. As soon as a developer comes in and asks for a demolition permit, that there might be an opportunity for us to have something that they can sign. They're willing to let us take liability insurance on the place, fix it up, and accommodate it for that duration. So it's asking the building department. That's the support.
Right. And do you have a list of developers or people that you've talked to that are doing this already or are willing to do this sort of thing?
Yeah, I've got a couple.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor Kunst.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I was wanting to ask if you had some developers that, were wanting to do this. I know that I personally actually found a place like this for one of our refugee families that came here a few years ago, and there was a developer that was, it was actually longer term, so longer than eight to 9 months. But so if you reached out to them, maybe they already have homes that are not going to be developed, or demolished in only 9 or 10 months. But maybe there's, so yeah, I would just encourage you to also reach out to the development community, because I know this particular one was it transformed the home and even actually the neighborhood because a really wonderful family is living there and taking care of the home. So
Yeah, and then also realtors, they're also finding and realizing that a house could sell, and then yet it's to a developer, and here's this beautiful house that's open. So there is another area where we can get notified.
yeah. So I just think if it would be more sustainable for a longer period if it wasn't just 9 months, but if, you know, so I think there's probably properties out there. So thanks.
Thank you, yes, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Well, yes, thank you very much for coming. You know, it's an interesting concept, and I've heard and also known folks that have done something similar to this, although not directly the same as you. Now, my question to you is, when that opportunity does come up, sometimes there's actually a number of renovations that have to be taken place. Have you taken that into consideration, if I may?
Yeah, we've got plumbers, carpenters, electricians, qualified, that will work side by side with the kids too, to give them an opportunity to know on a hands-on, whether that's the type of career that they would like to do. We also have some girls that like to paint, some people that just like to shop. So everybody, we've got a gardener, horticulturist. So yes, I do.
So I'm glad I asked that question, because that's the first thing those folk ask for. I know you're already doing, but for my own, I wanted to hear about it. So I think there is that opportunity, but some could be short, middle, or long-term, depending on development applications. So I wish you well in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Is that everything then?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. You did understand that I was also considering asking for a 2,500 office startup. I'm not sure if that is to be tabled here or at
Yeah,
another.
so what we'll do later is we'll make sure you get the information on the grant application process, and then
Okay.
you go through that
Thank you ever
process.
so much.
Thank you. All right, the next delegation is Kamaljit Grewal.
Good afternoon, Mayors and Councillor. My name is Kamaljit Grable. I'm residing at 20645 78th Avenue in Langley. I've been living there since 2004. And I'm just going to show you the pictures. As you can see, I have posted multiple pictures regarding the property has affected by the pond that developer had made since 5 years, and nothing's been done, and it's all the soils going into the pond from my property and affecting my houses, my property line. When they put this fence against the property line, it was 3 feet beyond. Now it's edge of it. I sent so many pictures. What has been, all the water going into the pond is all mud and is affecting the fishery. And here we talk about, yeah, we care about fishery, we care about environment. Nobody has done any action. Why would the developer had allowed this pond next to the property when there was no application and nothing's been going for the 5 years? I want this pond to be closed immediately for further protecting the property on the side for damaging.
Okay, thank you. I'm just got a question here. Oh, hang on. Let me get back to my meeting.
And I also have another concern after, please don't get mixed up with Pocket Park and this Pocket water pond, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson has a question.
Yeah, Mrs. Grewell, thank you for coming tonight. I have come down, I think other members of council have come down. You're talking about, so the council's aware, you're talking about the drainage pond, correctly? That was put in by the application next to you, next to your site?
There's no application done at all.
Well, there's a big, I've taken pictures, you've shown us in here as well. There's a big drainage area there.
Yeah, but
along
there's no
beside your house.
application. The pond is there,
The
but
pond's
no
there.
application.
But you're talking about the pond today? So
Yes.
Just so I know, you're
Yes.
talking about the pond today. Okay, and have you had a chance to talk to folks that are taking into consideration application for the future? Have you had a chance
There
to
is
talk?
no application done. Why do I need to talk to the developer or the engineer when you guys allow this to happen to next to my neighbor?
Okay, so Ms. Grewal, my next question is, and I've come down to talk to you, we've looked at a number of sites in the
Yes.
area, and at the end of the meeting, we'll make a decision to study and explore your delegation today.
Right.
But my question to you is, have you had a chance to talk to our staff about some of the concerns, your dying trees, the deterioration of
I
the
have.
sides?
I have.
And have you got a response from them at all?
No.
Okay, so that'll be something
The
else.
forest guy came and took the pictures, and he said he's gonna write a report to you guys. I don't know how well that report will go and where that report will sit for another 5 years before I know anything.
Okay. And I see your husband's here as well tonight, so you expressed a concern. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis?
Yes, you had commented about there's been no application for the drainage
Nothing.
pond. Can I ask staff, or is this something that I have to wait till?
Yeah, I think at other business, we can refer
other
this
business.
to staff so they can come back with some answers, or you can ask. Yeah,
Yeah, like in other business?
sure, yeah.
Okay,
We'll bring this up.
okay, I have some concerns, and we'll do it in other business.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Long?
Yeah, you said that the arborist from the township came to visit you.
That's right.
And when was that, please?
That was last week.
Oh, just last week. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's about it.
Okay, Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you very much for coming. I know I was one of the councillors that went and took a look and some pictures, and I know the township has been looking at the situation. I know it hasn't been resolved yet, according to your most immediate information, but I'm hoping that something will happen. I realize this is quite an anomaly in the township. It means it doesn't happen very often, because what happened in this case was somebody in preparation for going forward with an application had to, as a requirement, put in some kind of drainage. So this does not meet, as you would be aware, I know we talked about this, the ordinary standard of what we see generally in a detention pond.
That's right, but you don't need a 2.5 acreage pond next to the property when there's nothing's been gonna happen in near future. Who knows when? Until then, my whole property is affecting. All the water is going into the pond. All the soil's going into the fishery.
Okay,
That's my major concern.
I understand. Thank you for coming.
thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Yes, I also have to talk about the pocket park. There is a final and the fourth reading today, and I just
Okay.
want to know,
No, if that's on a fourth reading, we've,
final reading today.
yeah, so I don't believe that was part of the discussion. I don't think we can discuss that at public hearing, and public input opportunities have all been closed, so we can't go into that now.
No, I have concern about that, though.
Fine, but we can't go into it now. Thank you. Your delegation is now finished. Thank you. You can have concerns, but the process is legislatively.
Yeah, no,
we
I'm
can't
not
hear
gonna
them.
talk about the fourth reading. I'm just gonna talk about what the issue is right now.
Right, but because it relates to it, we are not at liberty, because of legislation, and to hear any more submissions. So this would be considered a
I'm not
submission.
doing any submission,
Okay,
Mayor.
that's fine, but from what you've told me, it's like a submission, so I'm going to ask you now to please allow the next person to come up.
Okay, so my voice will not be heard?
That time has come and gone, unfortunately.
No, I'm not talking about the delegation about the pocket park. I'm just talking about how they're maintaining is not up to the date ever since they have taken over. I'm just saying, if the final reading goes through, not gonna shove it in their pocket and not forget about it and not dig the ground. That's all. Thank
Okay,
you.
great, thanks. All right, move on to, now Gina Russo, last minute, has stated that he can't be here, but there is someone, I believe, in his place. Please come forward.
Hello, my name's John. I'm Gino's son, and he can't be here today. He's in the hospital. Good afternoon. So anyway, he wrote something up for me to read to you, everybody, okay? Good afternoon, Your Worship, Jack Froze, councillors and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to bring forward our presentation for council to approve that the township provide matching funds for the construction of a long-awaited roof for the Bocce courts at Willoughby Community Park. Our society was founded on May 1979 here in Langley, and has always been involved with the township and community. We support and donate every year to the Langley Memorial Hospital. We have been involved in the Langley Day Parade and with Langley Possibilities. We have a scholarship program in place, and we try to bring people from all over the province to our community through events such as barbecues, bocce tournaments, and hall rentals. We formalized our partnership with the Township of Langley between 2008 and 2009 when we helped and substantially contributed financially towards the kitchen, hall, and bar of the Langley Event Center. In our agreement in 2009, we were promised bocce courts with a roof. We would like to believe that we played a big part in getting the bid for the 2014 Senior Games that were held in Langley, which gave the township financial support from the provincial government to help the bocce courts with the promise that a roof would come later. The Fraser Valley Italo Canadian Society and the township worked together to build the bocce courts, which opened in June 2014 prior to the Senior Games. We use them 3 days a week, and the remaining times are open to the community to be used every day. It has been a popular outdoor activity during the pandemic. We bring people from all parts of the Lower Mainland, as far away as Vancouver Island, Interior, and the Okanagan. As my father once said in the letter for the bid for the Senior Games, that we are the hub for the Lower Mainland, and we attract people from North Vancouver, West Vancouver, Coquitlam, Port Moody, Richmond, north of the Fraser River, Mission, Maple Ridge, Upper Fraser Valley, Chilliwack, and even the United States. Included in the 2014 development discussion with the township staff at the time was Phase 2, which was to cover the bocce courts to extend the usable season because of rain or sun. With so many park priorities all over the township each year, the Society understands why the cover has never made it to be a recommended project for Council's budget. With the alternative solution to propose, the Society will work together with township staff. The club will fundraise, manage the project, and hire a contractor while receiving both cash and contract contributions. Fraser Valley Italo Canadian Society total project budget for this to complete this project is $250,000. The club today is asking Mayor and Council to approve township matching funds for the half of this project, up to $125,000, to share the cost of this work so everyone can enjoy. If the club, the Society, can raise more and not require the full amount, we will do everything that we can. We would like a commitment for $125,000 so we can proceed work to begin this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have some questions from council, and I don't know if you're not able to answer them. We also have staff here who
Go for it.
to that. So, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson.
Mr. Rosie, Gino, not Gino, John, how are you? Good to see you. I see you in a number of events. Over the years, I've been a member of the Fraser Valley Italo Canadian Society. I worked with a lot of the members. I did want to tell you a little bit of history that, and you might know as well yourself, when the application came forward to build the Langley Event Center, I'm sure myself and other council members can remember, is we were supported by the Fraser Valley Italian community to build that center. You're one of the people that came forward, so I wanted to bring that to council's attention and the public as well. So thank you very much for your time. I did want to ask you, as far as a matching, have you actually, I don't have it in front of me, have you actually got an actual total or an estimate or a guesstimate of what it would cost? And the second question would be, in how your matching would work with that. I know that you've got a number of members that are prepared, myself included, to donate to that, if I may.
I think we have lots of donations and contributions. He wrote down somewhere in the ballpark of $250,000 would be the total cost. We're looking for $125,000 to match, half. We do have a contractor in place. It's been an ongoing, obviously, dream of my dad's for the club. He's been a big part of the town. We all have. So I think it's one of those things. It's just come to fruition.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you very much for coming today on behalf of your dad. I just want to reiterate that I think some people on council know the history of the group that was involved in the original partnering relationship with the Langley Event Center. I wasn't personally aware that there was phases to the development of the bocce court, and so I didn't know that there was this phase 2 that was outstanding. So it's helpful to know what the current budget is, because it gives us sort of a target and an understanding of what the township could could participate in order to realize. Could you just explain maybe what the season would be extended to if it was covered, in your opinion?
Well, my opinion, I mean, they all like the sunshine, right? I mean, everybody likes to play, but I mean, they also try to get out there in the rain, right? And I don't think they would be through the winter unless they're really go-getters, but I'm assuming they would go through the fall, spring.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to visualize this, and I just wondered about the investment and whether or not it would be helpful to consider something that might even be more, year-round.
It would, hey, that's something he
Whoops, yeah.
he'll be out of the hospital in a couple of months, and I'm sure he'd love to have a chat as well. I'm just here to get the ball rolling, I guess, if you will. So,
Yeah. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh has a question. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you for coming today. I think what I heard you say at the beginning was that there was an agreement made to put a roof over the bocce courts. Did I understand that correctly? Like, was there a written agreement, or was this a handshake, or what kind of agreement do you understand there was?
I don't know, quite honestly, but in paragraph 3 here of what my dad wrote, in our agreement in 2009, we were promised bocce courts with a roof. We would like to believe that we played a big part in getting the bid for the senior game. So,
Well, you certainly did play a big
I don't know
part.
if it's written or not, again.
Okay, I don't know if maybe our staff might know, or
We can check.
maybe
Yeah, later.
check with
Other
staff later.
business, yeah.
Okay. That's fine. We'll check into that. I just wondered what the nature of that agreement sort of was, but thank you for that.
Knowing my dad, I have no idea. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much. There are no further
thank you, guys.
questions. I appreciate you coming forward, and our best to Gino.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next one is Michael Sanderson of Sanderson Welsh Planning. Welcome here.
Good afternoon, Mayor Froese, Council. Yes, my name is Michael Sanderson, and I'm with the firm of Sanderson Welsh Planning Limited, and I'm here this afternoon as agent for the proposed non-farm use application at 1034 264 Street. I'm here also representing the owner and resident of that property, Lewis Nielsen, who is here this afternoon. The proposed land use, non-farm use application covers approximately 4.5 acres of the 24-acre property, around 18%. Given the council agenda today, we're going to try to keep our presentation to a few short statements and introductions, and then be available to you to answer any questions you might have when the time comes to review the staff report, which is later on the agenda. We have reviewed the staff report and worked closely with staff over the last few months in preparing it. It's very complete, covers all of the requirements and presentation of the proposal, and we thank staff for their efforts to date. Without further ado, I'm going to just quickly turn the mic over now to 3 people who have attended with me this afternoon. First of all, Lewis Nielsen, who is the resident owner of the property. He's lived there 12 years, has owned the property for 17 years, and has been involved, of course, with the current filming activities on that property, and can answer any questions you might have in that respect. Also attending with him is Corinne Bunchow, who is an associate and has been responsible for preparing the proposed agricultural business plan covering approximately 17 acres of the property for a proposed tree farm, which will cover the entire site with the exception of the non-farm use area and Lewis's own personal residence, which is about 2 acres of property. Lastly, Stuart Brown from Pottinger Garrity Associates, the environmental agricultural consultant, is here this afternoon. His firm and he have been responsible for preparing the detailed technical investigations related to the agricultural suitability and quality, and as the basis for the proposed tree farm on the property. So with that said, all I'll briefly conclude before turning it over is that hopefully when council reviews the staff report, we do request that they support the findings in the proposal and endorse the recommendation to refer to the Agricultural Land Commission. So with that said, I'd briefly turn it over to Lewis and then Corinne and then Stuart.
There's 2.5 minutes left in the whole delegation, so they can keep it really short, and then if there's any questions, that'll be on top.
Hi there, my name is Corinne Bunchu. I prepared the business farm plan, and I've been working extensively with Lewis for many years, so hopefully you have the gist of it, and I'm available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Louis Nielsen, Mayor and Council. I bought the property back in 2005. We listed in 2008 with what was then the BC Film Commission. So since that point, the property's been used 33 times by different production companies for these ongoing shows, as recently as this year. I guess with changes that are happening both in the ALC and your own group, I'm being sort of wanted to be phased out, or and I would like to obviously not be phased out. We've done this for 14 years. We tend to cater to the lower budget films. CBC's productions that can't afford to be in Vancouver because it's just too expensive. We have a rural look, obviously, to it on the 24 acres. They can get looks that you just can't get, not anywhere else, but within the one property, you can get many, many different scenes, and therefore they don't have to leave the property. So it's much more attractive to film in a location like that. We've also put power, electricity in the majority of the site, so they don't have to use generators. In fact, on the lease, it says they're not allowed to use generators. So we are very, very green that way. I'll finish now in case you want to speak with our consultant, and thank you very much for letting us speak.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Brown, PGL Environmental Consultants. We prepared the agricultural impact assessment as well as the reclamation plan in support of this application for the intended, at this point, Christmas tree production. If there's any questions, obviously you can deal with them after.
Great, thank you. All right, Councillor Richter has a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious why you're doing Christmas trees and not food.
So, Louis has always had a love of trees, and his vision is to really retire on the property, and he wants a treed property. And the idea of having a sustainable crop that can survive over the long term is really appealing to him, especially going into retirement and wanting to live and stay here on the property. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. Does this require you to put any kind of facility or building on the grounds, or it's just going to stay as is? So you're simply wanting to just be able to film more regularly on the property?
Yes.
There's no change to the property?
No changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, there are no further questions, so thank you very much for your delegation. Thank you. All right, so now we'll move on to reports to council. And as we can see, it's a very full agenda, lots of reports, being the last regular scheduled. So we'll move along those as quickly as we can, but allowing good time for discussion. Councillor Richter, your name is...
Yeah, I'd like to move the motion, and I have a question about it as well.
E1 is being moved by Councillor Richter, second by Councillor Arneson. Go ahead, Councillor Richter.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we could also encourage BC Aero, because they're doing very important work, particularly in crisis situations like the flood last fall, to reapply for a grant I guess it would be in 2023, right?
Yes. So, yes, Mr. Backen can bring that to them. So, on this motion here, I was looking at the report. We have some funds in our council contingency, and fuel prices have jumped dramatically. I'm just wondering if council would want to entertain moving this to $5,000. Councillor Arneson. Okay, Councillor Arneson would move that amendment, and Councillor Woodward seconds it. I'll do it by unanimous consent. All those in favor, opposed, carried. So the motion as amended, I'll call the question, and I'll we'll do the button thing for that. Yeah, here we go. E1. Okay. And that carries. Councillor Long opposed.
Yeah, I don't understand the rationale for increasing it to 5,000.
Okay, that's fine. Move on to E2, liquor license amendment application number 60, Fox and Hounds Pub. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Woodward moves, Councillor Davis seconds, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I am happy to support this, but I did have a question through your Worship to staff. I was wondering about the expansion of an outdoor area, patio, in terms of lot coverage for this specific site. So I just wondered if whether or not this offended that, or if they're not considered in the same category as maybe something else that's a more fixed piece of infrastructure. Thank you.
Mr. Steffi.
Thank you, Worship. This is an existing patio, Your Worship, and it has not been constructed in contradiction of any bylaws. So it's an existing one. What the applicant wishes to do is, because of the provincial legislation, to make that into a permanent facility.
Oops. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I just want to say I think this is one of the best outdoor patios that we've got in the township. I'm certainly in great support of them being able to expand it. Well, it's already expanded. They just don't have tables there. And I'm wondering, will there be a public input opportunity on this?
Mr. Seffi? I don't believe so, but Mr. Seffi?
Your Worship, notifications were posted, I believe, in the media, the local papers, the print media, advising the public that the application is scheduled to be received by council today, and they could have submitted their submission if they so chose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see no further discussion. I'll call the question on E2. That carries unanimously. Must be all thirsty on a warm day. E3, filming pilot program, temporary delegated authority. And so with us not meeting for 3 months, I think Mr. Backen felt this would be worthwhile. If I could have a motion, please. Councillor Kuntz, second by Councillor Ferguson. Any questions? Councillor Arneson?
Thank you, Worship. So I'm just wondering to staff whether or not the same conditions that apply under the community charter are then delegated to the authority. So I just wondered about things like conflict of interest and things like that. Is that something that's exactly the same that would apply to yourself in our stead?
Effectively correct, Your Worship, or to myself or the subsequent delegate, if we do delegate this further, as it is a procedural matter. It's a bit of a different route because of the different positions that are held, but it has the same result.
And just a secondary question, so at a fixed date, is this something that we would rescind, or does that happen automatically when there's a next council?
We would envision coming back to council with the I guess, replacement or reinstatement probably around November the 7th, because that's our first council meeting, but it may vary a little bit depending on workload.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask staff, if I may, Creative BC, I know it's in the report, but it just touches a little bit. Can you give me any more details on Creative BC? That's the first one. The second question right away is Creative BC's Real Scout. Those are two questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second question. Is Creative BC
Question number one was what is Creative BC and what is Creative BC's Real Scout? It's in the report.
Real Scout.
Real Scout, REEL Scout, S-C-O-U-T.
Yeah, okay, no, I got it. Creative BC is an organization created, I guess, with, it involves several stakeholders, but focuses on the industry and with the government support to advance the industry itself. It's been the primary lobbying entity to deal with some of the challenges that have resulted from the Agricultural Land Commission's review of filming as being a non-farm use and the limitation of the 10 filming dates. And what they have there is a number of staff that, well, a limited number of staff that are available, one of which is one that does the scouting for the locations that actually comes up when they get applications. They verify and see if they're appropriate given the guidelines that they have in place.
Okay, well, as I say, it's Creative BC. It's a good opportunity. I'm looking forward to seeing this kind of thing. It's a great opportunity. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Okay, I will now call the question on E3. Carries unanimously. And E4 is Agricultural Land Commission application number 100403. This is at 19925 12th Avenue for a vet clinic. Councillor Ferguson moves it. Councillor Whitmarsh seconds it. Is there any discussion? Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that this particular non-farm use is probably really a farm use because they're planning to cover farm animals in this practice. So it makes logical sense to send this forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And it does comply with their zoning, I believe. All right, I'll call a question on E4. Carries unanimously. Move on to E5, Agricultural Land Commission application number 100381. This is at 1034 264th Street. Councillor Long moves it with A, second by Councillor Kunst. Is there any discussion? See any? Call the question. E5. Carries with Councillor Richter opposed. We move on to E6, Animal Control and Sheltering Services Agreement Budget Increase. So there's a motion there to increase their budget. Councillor Arneson moves it, seconded by Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Long.
Yeah, the report goes into detail about how good a deal we're getting compared to other municipalities and other regions, but I just wanted to ask if they have been increasing the user fees slightly to try and compensate for because one of the rationales is cost of living and inflation and so forth. Of course, we understand that things cost more money to do these days, but have the user fees kept track with that, Your Worship, is a question.
Mr. Backen.
Yes, Your Worship. Effectively, those user fees are always under review. I would have to make a distinction, though, as to this. This is trying to really identify the true cost of the township function, being the animal control function, or the dog pound function, if you will. And their measurement and indexes or indices indicate that it's a little bit out of whack, so that's why they're suggesting this be referred to the budget process.
Okay, well, I certainly appreciate the work they're doing, and don't show them these other figures from the other municipalities, otherwise we're going to get another request for an increase. But it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you.
Hang on. There you are.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a question through to staff. This is a fairly large gap here, this $187,000, and I'm wondering if there's a mechanism that either we should put in place, or if there's other things like this where we have a mechanism that deals with the inflationary costs on an annual basis, rather than waiting for us to fall behind in a significant way and then have to come as a request to council. It seems that $187,000 annually is a big gap, and for them to have to fundraise to cover those operating costs doesn't seem appropriate. So I'm wondering what mechanism we could put in place that would then manage this for the future and not have to worry about inflationary costs.
Your Worship, it's a good suggestion, but that's something that the LAP should actually bring forward. That should be something we'll discuss with them and raise with them, because it's their contract and their costing and their process, and as they're independent of us, we really look to them as a contractor to bring forward those suggestions or whatever works best for them.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other discussion on E6. I'm going to call the questions. Hang on. It's taking a while to... There we go. It carries unanimously. The next report is for receipt and to direct staff to include funding. It's Aldergrove Gateway Public Engagement. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Kunst, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Any discussion? Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Having read the report and being very supportive of the public engagement, I did note that there was only one small reference to a library, and I bring this forward because as part of the Seniors Advisory Committee, when we did a delegated report about this and got feedback, there was quite a lively discussion about putting a library there, and also one of the members there said she'd gone to a different venue, and was also, there were quite a few people that talked about the library. So just to flag or indicate that a library was originally intended for the original UCC building, and it was eventually dropped because there was not enough space on the site. So I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose track of that as an option. Thank you.
Mr. Backen? Or Mr. Who's going to handle this one?
Yeah, we take that under
Okay,
advisement.
great. Thank you.
Your Worship.
All right, Councillor Long.
Yeah, we had a bird in hand on this one, right? We had money in our hands. We had $750,000 on page 2 of the report. It says the impetus for proposing an outdoor public space from federal grant funding available through Canada Community Revitalization Fund, the CCRF. And of course, the council declined it. And so it's a real shame. We've gone through this whole process now. I think it cost $50,000 to go out and try and please the naysayers out there. And it comes back, in my opinion, from what I can read in the report, almost back to square one, where an outdoor plaza would have been probably the best thing to have done. I'd like to see the motion divided, because I don't know if we want to spend another $75,000 planning what we already planned and was going to be paid for by the federal government last year. So It's a real shame that this money's sailed away, and I guess it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda, because there's nothing to do about it now. But I'd like to see a division. I don't know if anybody else would support that, so I can support the receiving the report, because staff's worked hard on it. Council directed them to do so. But to spend $75,000 on planning, what, I'm not sure. Maybe I would leave that to a future council to decide how to spend that money.
Great, thank you. We'll, when I go to the vote, we'll divide. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I wanted to thank the council actually for rejecting that plan. I think that was the right decision, and I look forward to defending that decision very thoroughly in the upcoming next few months. I think that it's great to do public input and come up with a more ambitious plan than a half-built parking lot. In that regard, though, Mr. Bracken, I did have a question, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had some similar concerns about producing conceptual design options that would essentially be forwarded to the next council, as opposed to maybe allow the next council to give it some more stricter scope of work around what the vision might be for that site from the next council. So I would support division, and I would support referring that second portion to the next council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you. I don't think anybody ever has to, in some ways, apologize for having public input or public engagement. I think that's important. And I think we are able to go out and talk to the public about what is important. And they talked about things like theater space, which is something that we've talked about for years. We've talked about affordable housing options, which everyone's talking about today. So recreation, of course, sports and athletic and other things, shops, restaurant, and spaces for people working with others in an outdoor setting. So I think this is an opportunity for us to build something really positive for the future of Aldergrove. So that's basically my point. My other question to staff, if I may, through the chair, are we sharing this information with other groups or organizations, if I may?
Mr. Bracken or Mr. Sefi?
Yes, Your Worship, we are. If the recommendation from staff is endorsed by council, the intent would have been to, based on what staff has received in terms of the input that council directed staff to do previously, based on that input to create some conceptual plans that could be then once again shared with the public before presenting a preferred plan to council. And that is the inherent costs associated with that process that staff is requesting council to endorse as part of the 2023 budget process in concept at this point, obviously for council's future consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I think by unanimous consent, I don't think there's any issue with dividing it, so I'm going to start with the receipt part first. So I'm calling the question on receipt. That's 7. And that carries unanimously. So now we're on to the next part, Councillor Long and then Woodward.
Yeah, we had all these funds provided that we didn't take, and that was to demolish the buildings that are there and do some road work. So what is the status of that now? Because the road work, well, I don't see anything happening on this site. It's all boarded up. When will the buildings be demolished, or how will we pay for that?
Mr. Bracken?
Your Worship, the road work, I think, is going to be waiting in terms of further direction. In the interim, our direction, I believe, was to maintain the site and control the site and to prepare the site. So we're looking at demolition, getting the appropriate permits probably late summer, early fall, and the balance will depend upon the ultimate use of the site.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I'd like to, in the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, if there's no other speakers, I'll make a referral motion for that second portion to go to the next council.
I'll just go to the next speaker and I'll come back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, I think last time we've talked enough about the fact that, we had some grant money to do it, and this council decided not to go that route. At this point, we need to move forward. We can, as I used to have a saying, don't cry over spilled milk. So I think we need to keep moving forward. I certainly support moving this to the 2023 budget process. I think it's important that we take the information that's in this document. I think it will be able to be added to what we had before and make it even better. So I think overall it's a good path forward. I'm pleased with it, and I would like to move this forward, and I'd support having the next council make that decision as well.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Woodward. put you on.
Okay, so I'll move that we refer that second portion to the next council.
All right, thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds. Discussion on the referral. Okay, Councillor Long on the referral.
So wherever this ends up, I didn't see any cost estimates on some of the proposals that were in the document. Councillor Ferguson read off a whole bunch of things, building a theatre, putting a shop and a restaurant there. I'm not sure we're in that business, but what kind of money will the new council have to budget to do some of these, well, to flush out some of these ideas?
Mr. Backen, do you have any?
Like, we're talking tens of millions?
Your Worship, right now what you have before you is the, I guess, results of the consultation with a lot of ideas. The next step would be going forward to try to unify some of those ideas, advance those ideas, and cost those ideas. I guess the answer is the amount will depend upon the scope and breadth of what the next council determines they wish to see as possible options for the property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so on the referral, question. Carries with Councillor Richter and Mayor Froese opposed. I guess I wanted to see it in my term, but good luck on the next one. That's good. So it carries. Okay, yeah, thank you. 8. Long as there's a park bench that I can go sit on with, all my other retired buddies. Finally put a park bench on there. All right. Okay, E8, and this is you might be sitting with me, who knows? Yeah. That's right. All right, E8, Heritage Alteration Permit Application number 101265, Fort Langley Properties Limited. And could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis moves it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ferguson seconds it. Now, this is a heritage, what do we call this? Heritage alteration permit. So really our scope of discussion is on the heritage design only, I was advised. So we'll keep the discussion to that, and I'll go to Councillor Davis.
Okay, I was thinking it's not on the gazetted, the gazetted back lane, is it? Sorry, that's not the question. I should be able to
that's
ask.
fine. If location, if you're
so the
concerned about
gazetted
location.
is on this side.
Yeah, Mr. Safi, can you help out with where the lanes are and where in relation to the proposed building?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the dashed line in purple, Your Worship, shows the outline of the subject heritage alteration permit application. The lane, I think, that Councillor Davis references is to the east, where the cursor is showing it.
No. There's a gazetted lane, isn't there, right through the middle of that property?
There is no lane right now, Councillor Davis.
No, not right now.
You mean, is there in future planning, like their traffic management plan or anything, is there a lane planned for that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, go to that picture of the up above. But
the aerial?
The aerial of the lane goes, well, I can't see it over here, but the lane starts right over on, by the graveyard and goes straight through.
Oh,
and
I see. You're talking about the one that goes. Okay, here we go.
So, Your Worship, there's no lane in this block at this point. The lane maybe that Councillor Davis is referencing is to the north. You can see the lane here. There's intent, depending on the uses here, depending on applications for development. There is a desire to not provide access directly off Glover that would interrupt the flow of pedestrians, creates conflict. It affects the viability and the sustainability and the livability of Glover Road with access points, access and egress of service vehicles, etc., etc., etc. So there has been a desire to extend essentially this lane to this block, the Glover Mary Church block. So that's possibly what Councillor Davis is referencing. What I was saying earlier was that it doesn't exist right now. It is a plan, potentially, depending on the use of the area, proposed uses, that there will be a desire for a lane at some point in the future.
So if there's going to be a desire, I've seen a piece of paper with it on there.
But that
I know
was
I have.
conceptual. I think right
Well,
now.
no, I don't think it was conceptual.
Well, so if I could just put this back into perspective, if this was a rezoning, we'd have some opportunities to have some more latitude on roadways, lanes, that sort of thing. As this is a heritage alteration permit, our only latitude is on the design of the buildings that are in front of us.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Mr. Backen? So maybe you could elaborate a little bit further on our process here.
That's correct, Your Worship. Just to give an overview, I think to the north of Mary Avenue, there's a lane, and Councillor Davis is recalling that previous development concepts had included extension of that lane south of Mary Avenue through the property that would have, I guess, come to an abutment probably around the mall or something next to it. I'm not quite clear where that was. That matter becomes really a matter of use, and in this situation, the heritage alteration permit, we're looking at really the equivalent of form character and the siting of it in the context of the heritage village, not for future uses. It is still open to council on a future date if there was to be an application to suggest that any building that was created in the interim period would have to be relocated or changed, and that is probably compatible with the uses suggested here in any event, as it's really a storage facility and as well a restaurant or cafe that could ultimately become a sales center.
Yes, but if we go, I can't see it. You can't see it down here, but about 3 years ago, we approved, or maybe 3.5 years ago, we approved, can we see a bigger picture? I can't get my, still can't see it. I guess it's not here, but keep going. We approved actually right behind the graveyard, then there's the birthplace of BC, and then that building was made so that there's a laneway. They couldn't build it, and they designed it because they knew there was a laneway, a gazetted laneway straight through there. Lily Terrace, are we forgetting that laneway? It was such a big stink.
It was not. The application did not proceed, so the laneway was never established. It was a request, but because that didn't go through, there is no laneway there.
Well, then,
Your Worship, just to correct, I think they're talking about Lily Terrace.
Okay.
I believe
see.
there's
Yeah,
a
that's that
dedicated
laneway,
laneway
yes.
with Lily Terrace, and that was dedicated as part of the development process. That laneway effectively tees at the mall or one property short of the mall. As we go to the other side of the mall, then there's some other buildings. The thought process from a previous application that did not advance was that that laneway would be continued all the way through to Mary at some point. So perhaps when the mall was redeveloped, the laneway would actually continue with a view to supplying service vehicles with a way to actually get in and around the buildings that were there without having to impact the traffic on Glover Road. But the application that Councillor Davis is referencing did not advance, at least not so far. And this application would be superseding it for the period of time until a further application is made. And in this circumstance, our ability to comment is limited to the form character and to a lesser extent the siting in the context of the heritage community that exists. The requirement for a lane would really be the requirement for use, and we're just a bit premature. I believe this is really designed to be an interim use, so at a later date, Council will have the ability to deliberate on whether that lane should be extended.
Okay, so for form and character, I say, let's not build something on the laneway that even if it conforms with form and character, because it's going to cause problems down the road. No pun intended. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, but that's down the road. Councillor Long.
Okay, I do have comments about the colors and so forth, but first I'd just like to continue on this thing. On the drawing we're looking at here, it clearly shows in and out of Gulliver Road, so there isn't access at the moment to the property off Glover Road. This is suggesting that it gets put in. So how do we deal with that? Or am I wrong? I mean, is that not a driveway coming in from the Glover Road?
Mr. Seffi?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as yourself, Your Worship, you outlined at the beginning of the deliberations on this topic, this is a matter of heritage alteration permit, which is akin to a development permit. So the requirements, the use itself is in compliance with the zoning bylaw, which is identified as commercial. So the fact is that a property owner fronting a street has an entitlement to provide access to that property. If in fact it comes in for a rezoning, for a community plan amendment, then there's the opportunity for us to take a look at what would make sense in the long term in the context of the future plans and the vision for the area based on the community plan. But this is, as again, Mr. Backen referenced and as outlined in the staff report, is intended as an interim use. And I guess in response to the earlier comments, the potential for a future back lane, should that be needed, is actually being protected. As you can see, the accessory building is actually located away from that future potential back lane. So what we have is an existing commercial zone. The proposed use is consistent because of the fact that the site is within the heritage conservation area of Fort Langley. It is subject to council's approval of a heritage alteration permit. Council had previously approved a demolition permit for the same site, so the site is currently sitting vacant, and the applicants hoping to be able to utilize the site for something other than the existing use in the interim, while the other application is being processed for the ultimate vision of the site.
So I guess the question would be, we have to provide or allow the proponent to have access to this building. It's not an alteration because the building's been ripped down as a new one getting put up. He was altering the other one to be different. Why can't they just come in off this proposed potential lane? Why wouldn't that be the access? And maybe I'd need the other map if you wouldn't mind going back to the bigger one. Could it not come off Mary and access the property that way? Would that be not more logical? And instead of creating now an access onto Glover Road, which, as was said earlier, is going to impede pedestrian movability and probably be quite problematic in terms of interrupting the traffic flow, etc.
So, Your Worship, the 1133-0137, which is shown with the red line, solid line, as opposed to the dashed line, outlines 4 properties, 4 existing parcels. It is not possible to encumber an applicant to acquire lands from other property owners, regardless of ownership, to provide access to their property. They have a legal entitlement, as I said earlier, to access their property from an existing road. So, as you can see, the subject site is currently fronting Glover.
Okay, so it's an anomaly. It's one of those things you just run across that. Well, I forget what the term would be for it, but it's not right, but it's allowed. Now, let's look at the building, because we should be talking about the form and character. Now, what I've been given in my package, and here it is something that looks very gray, drab, and gloomy, but the report says it's blue. Now, I see a tiny bit of blue somewhere, so what is the colors going to be? And do we have any purview in recommending colors? Because it would be nice to have something bright. Or perhaps the rest of council likes gray, I don't know. But to me, it looks gray, and yet the report says blue. Is it maybe a gray blue?
Mr. Safi?
Thank you again, Your Worship. We have to apologize because sometimes the renderings that are presented, because of the, I'm forgetting the technical name for it, the way that it's digitized and then transferred onto the screens for council's viewing is not necessarily reflective of the actual colors. So that is something to be borne in mind. The second point, Your Worship, is that this application has been through the Heritage Review Panel, which is responsible to the Heritage Advisory Committee. And as part of that process, it's been reviewed, and some modifications have been made. I don't know exactly whether those modifications related to color, but what I can advise council is that the Heritage Review Panel and the Heritage Advisory Committee endorsed the application to proceed to council, with the recommendations from the committee having been incorporated.
Yes, we had to have a special emergency meeting in July because council had canceled all of the Heritage Advisory, as well as all the Advisory Committee meetings, but this, because it has a legal ramification, we had to have a special meeting over it. But it still doesn't answer the question whether it's blue or gray, and maybe I'm colorblind, but I suppose this looks a bit bluer.
Blue and gray.
Yeah.
Blue and gray.
It's blay. Okay. Thank you,
There
sir.
we go.
Thank
Councillor Ferguson.
Blay.
Canute.
I was just sad I had to laugh about that comment, Blay. Blue and gray, Blay. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask you, this is a heritage alteration permit. I would love to, are we allowed to discuss roadworks or access, egress, and I guess transportation design?
I think it's certainly allowable, I would say, to ask the questions. However, to determine a decision based on things that are out of our purview, I would say that that's not.
Okay,
As
so
I said
I'll ask
earlier,
a very,
so
very
you can
simple.
ask questions
simple.
if you wish.
Have,
I mean,
if
it's
my
just to
staff, my
clarify.
question to staff will be, have we determined the parking, the entrance, exit of this particular heritage alteration permit, if I may through the chair?
Yeah, I believe it's right there. So, Mr. Seffi, if you could maybe just point out the parking and the access. Egress.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, access is proposed off Glover Road, Your Worship, and there's parking, I believe 8, if I'm not mistaken, the number that I recall from reading the staff report, 8 parking spaces being proposed, yes, where 7 are required, 8 are being proposed, 2 of which will be small cars, and there's also bicycle parking being proposed as well, Your Worship.
Thank you.
That clarifies that. Now, my next statement would be this heritage alteration permit, they have A to F conditions they have to provide to council to the satisfaction of the general manager of engineering and community development. That's A to F. And there's a number of requirements that not part of the alteration, heritage alteration permit, A to G, if I may through the chair. The applicant doesn't get to build or continue unless the A to G has been met. Is that correct through the chair?
Mr. Seffi.
That's correct, Your Worship. The reason for the distinction is because some are obviously the purview of council, those relating to the heritage alteration permit, but then there are technical requirements that staff is just presenting to council for information, which are ordinarily part of the technical review as part of the building permit process.
Okay, so that's important to note that the applicant has quite a bit of work to do prior to proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question through your worship to staff. With the heritage alteration permit, can we ask questions regarding around whether things are temporary or permanent? Does that apply to, can we ask those types of things?
Steffi?
I believe so, Your Worship. I believe there's no restrictions for council asking questions in terms of the permanency of a building. In fact, that's why the staff report references the applicant's intent as conveyed to staff for this to be an interim use.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, my question, because I find the report, the information a bit confusing. I can't grasp if the building is temporary or if the use is temporary. It suggests that there will be a restaurant on an interim basis replaced by a possible sales center for something that we know nothing about. I don't know what will be sold there, but we don't know yet. And so does that mean the building itself is meant to be temporary and taken down when the big proposal comes forward, or is this building going to continue to exist and just have different temporary uses?
Mr. Back.
Your Worship, I'll give it a try. So I guess the first question was then in terms of is it temporary or permanent, is a question that can be asked, but what weight or what impact does that have on the decision-making process? Because that's really going to the structure itself and I guess, if you will, the strength of it or how well it was actually built for the purposes. What we can say to that is it has to be built to the current building code standards, and whether it be movable or not, that's a matter for the applicant to determine going forward. As to the use then, in terms of being contained in that building, if you will, under the current zoning, that is permanent, and it remains permanent until there's a rezoning application to change it to something else. So there could be several structures that perhaps start their lifetime and then are modified or abandoned or rebuilt. I mean, in theory, the use could be there. Well, the use is there until it changes, so there could be a structure that simply is built and then falls down because of its age eventually. Again, all questions that have some relevancy but limited relevancy to the issue of the form and character, and to a lesser extent the siting in terms of it, because even the siting should be in the context of the heritage conservation area and not the traditional development permit considerations of siting as being something independent of that. It must be related to the heritage conservation area.
Okay, so we are understanding the building to be a permanent building. Is that what I'm hearing?
So I think your question is, what type of building will it be? It will meet all building code standards, and will have to meet the conditions of the heritage alteration permit. So to that extent, it could be permanent. Now, I think in what they've said here is they're advising it's a temporary use in terms of the ultimate uses that have to be considered by council. If, for example, council rejects subsequent use applications, we don't know if they will or they won't, then that building would de facto be permanent until it's taken down or relocated.
So if this was to be moved to a sales center, would this be something that would have to come back to council for decision, or could they have a sales center there without coming to council?
So, Mr. Seffi, as to the question of use, if it was to become a sales center, is that a use permitted under the existing zoning?
Yes.
Okay. I had just one other question. With regards to the trees, it says in the document here that the applicant is required to plant 12 replacement trees. And yet it also says that there's no significant trees on the property. So I'm wondering if these 12 trees are based on a current policy we have, or is it based on the fact that a number of trees were removed suddenly a few years ago?
Based on the policy, Your Worship.
Maybe you could just highlight what the policy is so we understand the tree replacement, because it seems a small number of trees compared to what was there a few years ago.
So I'll have to take a look at the actual wording of the bylaw. It's actually more than a policy. It's the bylaw, I believe, is 20 trees per acre. 30 trees. Thank you, Mr. Richardson is helping. 30 trees per acre, and there is a recognition, if you will, of any trees being retained. So there's a formula that then applies for any trees that are being retained. So ultimately, give or take 30 trees per acre, this being, I believe, a 0.4 acre site, then amounts to the number of trees that are referenced.
Okay, and these trees would be planted on site, these 12 trees?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And through Your Worship to staff, I have some concerns about this application, but they're more in the way of, I think, the way that the staff report is written, and I guess the expectation that there are a series of things that may or may not happen on this site, which is in a heritage conservation area. So I just want to confirm, maybe through Mr. Backen or Mr. Safey, that the heritage alteration guidelines don't say anything about a temporary use. That would be my first question.
That's correct, Your Worship. There aren't any references to temporary nature of a building in the heritage conservation area guidelines.
Okay, so secondarily then, I look at this, and based on what we're hearing today, without knowing what could eventually be on the site, what we're suggesting is this building could be here for an indeterminate amount of time. That seems to be what we are considering today, that if it's built to a standard and it's got a use, that this building could be here for, 20 or 30 years or so, or not.
Yes.
I wasn't trying to launch a rhetorical question. I'm just trying to jive this with what I understand to be the intention of the heritage guidelines. Because in fact, if it's true that buildings can be torn down and that they can be replaced by buildings that are effectively temporary over the course of time, could that be a series of buildings? These are questions. I'm not talking about the exterior. I'm not really enamored of the historical look. I don't really think it jives with the area. But besides that, I'm just trying to read into this what this means for this area. And I don't know, I know nobody's probably sought a legal opinion about this, but from the aesthetic point of view of the harmonizing of all the different elements along the street, is this something that we really want to contemplate on an ongoing basis if that's what's being presented?
Mr. Backen.
So, Your Worship, some good comments, and it might help to distinguish. Perhaps the use of temporary use is a bit of a misnomer, only because we really shouldn't be talking about the use whatsoever as to this application. So whether it's temporary or permanent, it's interesting to speculate, but effectively the use is in place and that use will remain until it's actually changed. So whether the building is temporary depends upon one's definition. Is temporary 1 month or 100 years? I mean, it depends upon that. The process, though, once the temporary use, once the heritage alteration permit is actually granted, would be that it would also require a demolition permit to go through a similar process to demolish the building, because it then is being constructed in a heritage alteration permit area. Now, the secondary comments, though, were very appropriate in terms of not being enamored with the look or the color or the scheme that may be in place. Those are actually very good points as to the form and character of the building itself. Does it fit within the block itself? The only challenge to that is, as a matter of law, if someone is making an application where a use is permitted, then they're entitled to the permit, and if council says that they do not accept this particular form and character, council must give reasons and state what effectively it would accept in terms of being in this location, because it's really focusing on the form and character with the use already being decided.
Well, thank you for that. I wouldn't have a problem making suggestions as to the exterior, because I understand you can't just send something back, but I think this should be sent back to staff to work with the proponent to come up with something that is a superior design, especially as this is a heritage area with a special designation. And I want to see, from my view, that this actually is in keeping with the context of the rest of the aesthetic that we're working towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I guess when I look at it, I think of two modular homes stuck together, and I'm just wondering what kind of precedent that could possibly set for the rest of the property, and how disappointed some of the Fort Langley residents would be if that is now what they're going to be looking at for the next whoever knows how many years. So, because we don't know if it's if they can put in a temporary building or a permanent building. So I guess I would agree that maybe it should go back for just a little more work and a little more questions answered as to, what the potential is for, another building like this on that property. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll make a few comments. Good questions, good discussion. Certainly looking at this building, and I always say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I hate to comment on things unless it's grotesquely out of place. I don't see that here. I'm trying to think back to the buildings that were there, and they weren't that pretty either. I recall we had my farm growing up, we had a cow barn with actual cows. Happiest day of our lives is when my dad sold his dairy herd when I was 5, and we converted it to a chicken barn, and it was a chicken barn much longer than ever a cow barn, and we continued to call it a cow barn. So temporary use or not, they're buildings, and the zoning allows for this building, so I haven't found any reason not to support it. So, unless there's some good sound reasoning, or certainly we do need to go to the question. Councillor Ferguson wishes to speak a second time. I just wanted to let you know that I would be supporting this. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I know I appreciate a lot of the comment, but I did want to send a shout out to the folks that are involved, and not the mobile home industry, but the manufactured home industry have done a phenomenal job of presenting excellent and well architectural designs of today. And I think if anyone would want to contact the Manufactured Home Association, they would certainly find that. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, and no offense to dairy farmers, Councillor Davis. All right, I'm going to call a question on E8. And if you could just note, Councillor Woodward's absent for the vote. I didn't mark him absent. So there we go. So it's defeated on a tie vote. Councillor Richter, Councillor Kunst, Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson opposed. And Councillor Woodward's vote doesn't count. He's not here. Okay.
Now, Your Worship, now we have to go to stage 2. Remember our previous comments
Yes.
that entitlement is there. So now council, and not individual members of council, but council collectively must now determine what the appropriate changes would be, or what the form and character should look like that would be acceptable to the tribunal.
Right. So process, I could bring it back, and then we could do a referral with those suggestions, or do we do it now as a matter of a motion? What would be the process?
Your Worship, if one could do either, although probably the easiest in terms of going forward with the application would be to have it reconsidered and then have it referred with meeting the conditions.
Okay. So with that, I will reconsider E8 and bring it back on the table. So it's back. So Madam Clerk, does that require a mover and a seconder again? No, it's just back on the floor as moved and seconded. Is that correct?
It would require a move and seconder
Okay.
again, as this takes it back to the beginning.
Okay, so I'll move it. Councillor Ferguson seconds it. So now if someone wishes to make a referral motion there were those that were opposed to make a referral motion to staff with some suggestions. So Councillor Arneson, I'll put you on. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the opportunity to provide feedback for something that's likely going to be on that site for quite some time. I think what I would...
Make the motion first.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm launching into my comments. Yeah, I'll make the motion.
And to refer back to staff.
To refer, oh, okay. I need a script, apparently. So I'll make the motion to refer it back to staff.
To consider, what would be the colors, or Mr. Backen, do you need something specific?
The more specific, the better, Your Worship. So it could be window size, colors, post location. I mean, it really what depends upon what the members of council felt needed to be addressed.
Well, that's where I was going.
Thanks. No, we could put it
Should
in
I,
referral.
yeah?
Yeah, just put it in your referral motion if you want. It was Councillor Ferguson. So it was the referral was, I'm still trying to get to the motion, so we don't have a seconder yet. So we're just trying to word the motion, the referral motion. So right now, the motion is to refer E8 to staff to work with the proponent in regards to design and color. Is that?
Yeah, I would say the exterior design, as well as how it complements and fits in with the scale and look of the other existing buildings as per the heritage guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
so
you.
that's something staff can work with. Is there a seconder to the referral? Councillor Kuhn seconds it. So on the referral, did you wish to make any comments any further, or just call a question on the referral? Okay, I'm going to call the question on the referral. And it carries. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Long opposed, and Councillor Woodward absent. Okay, so that completes E8. We move on to bylaws for first and second reading, and we'll wait for Councillor Woodward to be brought back in. Okay. All right. We're now on to bylaws for first and second reading. F1 is rezoning application number 100660 and development permit application number 101240 and development variance permit application number 100145. Bylaw number 5790. This is Bryden Projects Yorkson Limited on 78 Avenue. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Whitmarsh moves it. Councillor Arneson seconds it. Councillor Long.
Okay, so this is first and second reading, and there are a number of them on the agenda today,
Yes.
Your Worship. Now, does the proponent know that this council has decided it's not going to meet the rest of this term, and so there probably wouldn't be a public hearing until sometime late November, if at all?
Yeah, Mr. Backen can, I think he can address that. We discussed that earlier. Mr. Backen.
Correct, Your Worship. The proponents in these cases, and each one is a bit different, has asked that this proceed. Bryden is the one that is just going through the normal course, having not been brought before council previously. They're simply wishing to be queued up for the November meeting. Because of our schedule, the earliest it could come forward, and I'm emphasizing that because we have many, many hills to cross in terms of the composition of the new council. If there's whatever that may look like, that would be November the 7th. So we'd have to ensure that our advertising is within about a 2 to 4 week period before that to ensure that we meet the requirements for public consultation. That would apply to this and the subsequent ones that are going through, unless they're not successful.
Okay.
Well, I did some math. This particular one is 31 units of housing that won't be going anywhere for several months. And I think if you looked at all the others and added them up, I came up with about $350 million worth of construction that ain't going to go anywhere because this council isn't going to meet. 488 potential homes that will not be built in time for anybody to move into in the near future because there's a delay in council. We had a letter from the BC Home Builders Association saying, gee, it's kind of tough for our home builders because they've got projects on the go and council isn't going to meet. So this is going to have a big cost on to the proponents as well, and going to increase the cost of housing. It's just a real sad state of affairs, I think. So yeah, we'll give it first and second reading. I'm supportive of that, but it's a shame that they're going to have to sit and wait now, and who knows what's going to happen in the market all this time. I might remind council that Abbotsford's got 7 more meetings left, and they haven't stopped their term like we have. In fact, they're having a meeting after the election because they need the approvals to get homes built and to get things done.
Thank you. I would like to point out on the regular schedule, there was one more meeting which would allow for public hearing, and then there would be no more meetings. The third reading wouldn't have happened until November at some time, regardless, unless it was done that night. Also, November 7th, I believe, is the inaugural meeting, and it's a different agenda. This wouldn't be coming on, but that's up to the staff and the new mayor to decide. All right, I'm going to call the question on F1. Carries with Councillor Richter opposed. We're now on to F2. F2 is Official Community Plan Amendment and Rezoning Application Number 100158, Polyco Isle of Man. It is bylaw. It's on 202A Street and 200 Street. Bylaw 5814 and Bylaw 5815. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis moves it, and a seconder, Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm just curious why there's no tree management plan for this proposal.
Mr. Sefi.
Your Worship, the previous iteration of the application had prepared a tree management plan. This will also have to do that. It's just a question of, I guess, putting it as a condition of third reading going ahead to make sure that the current proposal, given the changes that have been, I guess, part of the application process because of the internal agreements between the parties, are reflected in the tree management plan going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you. I had a couple questions. The first one was a question through to staff. It's on in our package here, page 10. And in there, just before the paragraph, just before discussion analysis on page 10, it says on the last sentence, it says, to address council's resolution, the applicant has added this address of 7495 202A Street to accommodate a joint stormwater detention facility and neighborhood park. And based on the drawings, I was wondering if that was meant to say that the proponent added 7591 for the stormwater detention facility, because it looks like in the drawings that's where the detention facility is in 7591.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, Councillor Whitmarsh is correct, Your Worship. It should say 7591, as you can see on the slide on the screen. This is the property, 7591. It is immediately south of 76th Avenue and west of 202A Street, which has been identified as a location for the future pond.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. I had just another question around density. And I'm just trying to scroll through the page here. But the density that's requested on this application is almost twice what was originally, I think, or what is designated for the area. And so I'm wondering about, and then there were 70 units that were considered to be affordable rental units, with the rest of the units being at market value. I'm wondering, just maybe question through staff, as you've worked with the proponent, how the ratio of 70 affordable housing units came to be. And I'm wondering if there was any discussion about possibly having more than 70 of those units being affordable rental, something that we really need in our community. And when we're looking at increasing density, I'm wondering if maybe there was a discussion about increasing the number of affordable rental units to help with that. maybe just some comments from staff would be helpful.
Mr. Sefi?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as the report references and Councillor Whitmarsh has correctly highlighted, there have been discussions ongoing since the application was first introduced to Council a couple of years ago. And I guess one of the driving forces behind the proposal to include affordable rental units has certainly been the recognition by the applicant that this is an OCP amendment in terms of the density provisions. So in that light, in that context, the applicant had suggested that because of the fact that there is, I guess, unused densities where the pond/park is proposed could be on the overall site basis, be spread out and ultimately result in the same population in that block. So that was one consideration. The other one was the need for a bit of a transition, if you will, in terms of the form of development, moving away to a lower form as you move away from 200 Street, from west to east. So along 200 Street, the proposal includes 6-story buildings, then you go to 5, and then the sort of a transition, if you will, before you go to the single-family homes and the townhouses would be what's proposed as a 4-story affordable rental building, which then, by, I guess, the virtue of the site parameters, lends itself to the site design parameters to a 70-unit proposal, which adds to the other considerations that the applicant has put forward for the proposal as a package.
Okay, so when I'm looking at the diagram that's sitting on page 8, and on that diagram it shows one apartment building of 200 units. It says apartment of 120 and apartment of 70. I am assuming the brown are condos done at market value, and then the yellow is the 70-unit affordable housing. And so I guess, just my question was around whether there might have been discussions of, instead of the middle one at 120 units, maybe having that as affordable and having the yellow be brown, which would be 70, making more affordable rental units, which again is a significant need in our community. And with increasing the density almost double, that seems to be maybe an accommodation. I recognize, I don't have obviously the numbers to look at what the business model is, but I'm wondering if that might make more sense when we look at increased density like that, to look at a greater increase in the number of affordable units. I don't know if is there a comment from staff, or maybe it's a rhetorical question, but maybe a comment from staff might be helpful.
Mr. Sefi?
Thank you again, Your Worship. So just, I guess, in terms of the confirmation that I think Councillor Whitmarsh was seeking at the beginning of his comments. So we're moving away again from west to east, from 200 Street. We have a proposed 6-story building. Moving to the east side of 200 A Street would be then a 5-story building, both of which will be apartments, regular condominium apartments, market apartments. Then moving east again, the yellow area, the light yellow, would be the proposed apartment building, affordable rental building. And the intent there was not just to provide, I guess, a community benefit, but also to be able to, as council has experienced in recent months, for the proponent to be able to actually deliver that, utilizing the profits, if you will, from the market portions of the proposal. And then moving on to townhouses and single family to the east of 201 Street. Keeping in mind the significant, I guess, contributions in terms of the park, which are a requirement of the process. And then the completion of 76th Avenue was another consideration, as council had directed staff to be diligent in terms of making sure that certain roads are completed, certain intersection improvements completed. So that was a consideration. And then subsequently the amenity contributions over and above the policy requirements of the CAC contributions, the 3 times the OCP amendment contributions. There's a contribution of, I believe, $500,000 towards improvements to the Yorkshire Park, and then a contribution of $1.5 million towards the maintenance and upkeep of the proposed pond, which is actually underground, intended to be, I guess, under the park.
Okay, just final question. On the 1.5 million that you talked about for maintenance and replacement costs associated with the stormwater management facility, is that 1.5 over and above what is expected of a proponent in this case, or is that normally expected that there would be costs contributed towards maintenance and replacement?
No, this is over and above, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Arneson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, I do have a comment and a question. I guess my feeling about this is I would like to be supportive of this application, but looking at it in its entirety, I don't believe that the offsetting of these affordable units are really commensurate with the kind of infrastructure in terms of human infrastructure as well as traffic infrastructure, because if we're going to double densities in areas, I think we have to, personally, I think we need to be more aggressive in what we're asking for. So I did have a question, regarding these kind of propositions. So if we put this forward, that's one thing, and we'll get what is on offer. But if we were to send it back for consideration for staff to work with the proponent, I'm just wondering what expectation we might have to deliver something that's closer to 50% of the units being affordable.
Mr. Backen?
Your Worship, I certainly understand the intent. The challenge really is the economics of the site and the policy regime we have in place. To do it as we're moving forward at an application stage is always a challenge. It would be better, I think, as a priority issue for the council to revisit its CACs and its affordable housing policies, and on a policy level, increase the thresholds or increase the amounts that are required as to what's being considered. Because what I think I'm hearing, and we're hearing it on some of these applications, is that, gee, are we getting our fair share for the increased density? In this case, I think staff have concluded that they think we, or feel we are, for the reasons of the affordable housing units, but also for the park and the underground detention facility that will allow for more park space on the surface. Those are part of the economics that we factored into it. So in short, yes, council could do so, but my encouragement would be to deal with it at a policy level, not at the application level.
Thank you for that. And I guess further to your comment, I had scribbled down in a little note when we were discussing this. It's very challenging, as you would likely be aware, at the council table to have seen a project that comes pre-negotiated. And so it's difficult to interject ourselves into the equation. So I'm suggesting maybe for the new council, they would like to consider a type of a strategy where you have interim review of applications that are putting forward novel kind of expectations for increased zoning as well as affordable housing, so that we can have a better understanding. I'd be the last person to say, at the last possible moment, go back to the drawing board and create a different business plan. But I really think that what we need to do is be more proactive, and an interim review would actually save money and resources on both sides. It would give more certainty rather than coming to this juncture and having people say the kind of things that are being commented upon today. So that's just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been an awful lot said today about this particular application. Some have indicated they're in favor of going forward. They have their public hearing, hear from the public. There's also be some comments about what we should do with either subsidized housing or affordable housing. As you know, I've got a notice of motion that at the end of this meeting that we want to get a little bit more strategic and academic about what we want to do in our future with housing and how we deliver housing resources. And that involves putting together a task force. We don't do it piecemeal. We sit down and we take the time and energy to work with other levels of government and ourselves, including using development community users, people from the not-for-profit industry, and looking at other areas where we can find land to build the necessary affordable and subsidized housing. So I think just going piecemeal is not the answer. I think maybe perhaps moving forward with this, hearing from the public and making a decision according. That decision for this application will not be made by this council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see no further discussion on F2. I will call a question on F2. Carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. We go to F3, it's official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100234 and development variance permit number 100143, Coastline Engineering Surveying, bylaw number 5809 and bylaw 5810. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Long moves it. Councillor Ferguson seconds it. Call the question on F3.
Your worship, just to pause, this is for consideration, so we want to
Oh, I
make it
see.
clear that
That's
you're,
right.
you're
Okay,
asking
yeah,
for
you're right.
passage, and then there is, the conditions may have to be noted as well.
Okay. I'm just going to revert back, canceling the vote. Okay, so let's just get this clear. There is a, the recommendation, there's no recommendation, so it's basically that we are going to provide first and second reading, was what I interpreted the motion to be, from the mover, is that correct? Yes. And if you could just comment on, I know, number 1, completion of final adoption neighborhood plan for the subject Glenwood area. Could you make some comments on that, and should we amend to have that removed?
So certainly, your worship, that this is a challenging application for staff, but certainly one that's understandable from the proponent's perspective, because it's a landmass that's in the Glenwood plan area. But as we're aware, Glenwood plan is off for many years, and the proponent in this circumstance is looking to actually advance to something that they feel is compatible with the area, and that they're seeking 1-acre lots, or if you will, 4 1-acre lots, which is roughly what's around them. Now, staff are very constrained in this situation because we can't be recommending contrary to a community plan or advancing before there's a neighborhood plan, but the applicant would like to be heard on this and would like to see first and second reading advance, which is, again, understandable because of the timeline that's expected and because of the surroundings. So in this instance, your worship, I think you're correct to say consider granting first and second reading. That would give us some direction, but as well, I'm just pointing out the condition that exists under the next page, which is completion and final adoption of the Glenwood neighborhood plan. That is in effect something that we have to recommend, but council may not wish to actually see in place, given the fact that the whole purpose behind this was to advance this prior to the Glenwood neighborhood plan advancing.
Great, I understand now, thanks. If council chooses to amend this bylaw by removing number 1, they could do that today, can also do it at third reading. Is that appropriate time to do it then also?
It could be done then, your worship. It really depends on what you think best reflects the intent of council at this point.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for that. So the motion's on the table, and if there is a member of council wishes to move an amendment to remove number 1, then we'll entertain it. If not, it can also be done at third reading. Councillor Ferguson.
I'll make that motion to remove number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a seconder? Is there a second? Councillor Long seconds. Okay, I'm going to call a question on that amendment on F3. And the amendment carries. Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. So we're back to the main motion as amended. Call the question. It carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. Okay, we move on to bylaws for first, second, and third reading. Highway and Traffic Bylaw Amendment for School Zones, Bylaw 5813. Councillor Arneson moves it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kunst. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on G1. Carries unanimously. Now, before we move on, I believe the intent was to have this in place for the new school year from my recollection of the discussion. So I am quite pleased to call a special meeting for 5 p.m. tomorrow for the sole purpose of approving the minutes of this one, if we can do that, and for the fourth reading. That way it would get on. And it would be a virtual meeting. I don't think it should take longer than 5 or 10 minutes. But to advance this in time for the school year, we do need a special meeting of council. So And it's 5, and we just need quorum. We don't need to move it. I can call it. As long as there's quorum, and it's for the 4th reading. This is obviously something that is not contentious and should go through. Mr. Backen.
And that would be set up to be done remotely, Your Worship?
Remotely.
People could attend, but it could be done remotely as well.
That's right.
You don't need a motion for that?
I don't need a motion. I'm just advising council, unless somebody really objects. But we just need quorum. It's pretty benign, and but we do need to move this forward at 4th reading if we want to have it in place for the school year. So if that is okay, it'll be a quick meeting at 5 o'clock. You can phone in, Zoom in, whatever works, and we'll carry on with that. So I just want to advise council. I'd do it earlier, but I'm tied up till 4, so it gives me a chance to get to the phone. Okay. 1 minute break? I don't believe you do a 1 minute break, but we could do. Okay, why don't we take till 3:15? We've been at it for a bit today, so come back 3:15. Not a second later. All right, if we could take our seats again, we'll move on. Fergie. Councillor Davis. Go around the front. If you want to go around the front, it might be easier. Or do you go around? Okay. All right. We'll now reconvene the regular council meeting, and we're now on to H, bylaws for consideration of third reading. And I'll start with H1, rezoning application number 100653 and development permit application number 101205, Castle Hill Properties, bylaw 5805. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Long, and seconded. Councillor Whitmarsh. No discussion. Call the question on H1. And it carries. Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. Move on to H2, and this is rezoning application number 100685, Landstone Properties in Murrayville on 216th Street. It's bylaw number 5808. Councillor Ferguson moves it. Second, Councillor Davis. See no discussion. Call a question on H2. It carries. Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. H3, rezoning application number 100547 and development permit application number 101029, Qualico Mitchell Williams on 216th Street, bylaw 5807, moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Long. See discussion, call the question on H3. Carries. Councillor Davis, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter opposed. H4 is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100227 and development permit application number 100940. This is Qualico Mitchell Williams. It's bylaws 5791 and 5792. Motion, please. Councillor Whitmarsh, seconder. Councillor Kunst. No discussion. I'll call the question on H4. Carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis opposed. H5, official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100191 and development permit application numbers 101027 and 101213, Qualico Mitchell Williams, bylaws 5786 and 5787. Motion, please. I'll move it. Councillor Long, and seconder. Councillor Kunst. Call the question on H5. Carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis opposed. H6, rezoning application number 100650 and development permit application number 101202, BMG Projects Incorporated, bylaw 5769. This is on 80th Avenue. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Long moves it, second by Councillor Kunst. H6, call the question. Carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. H7, rezoning application number 100603 and development permit application number 101160. This is Dole on 210th Street, bylaw 5743. Moved by Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Arneson. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I wait, question through the chair to staff. This is Mr. Dole at this address 6869 210. He made some changes, or those changes acceptable to staff? And can you comment on the differences of what he was before and where he is now, if I may?
Mr. Seffi?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to make sure we have the slides to accompany the comments, Your Worship. As I'm looking to make sure I have the correct slides, Your Worship, I can confirm for Council that the applicant has responded to the referral by Council. And in discussions with staff, they have made, I guess, a couple of significant amendments. Initially, or firstly, not initially, firstly, The number of units proposed has been reduced from 19 to 18, as part of which a block of, housing units has been broken down into two. So through the redesign process, there's been a reduction in the number of units and a gap created for the block that was previously one block fronting 208 A Street to now be two blocks, providing a gap to provide for more penetration of light and views, etc., and then reduce the number of units as well to reduce the density. So the comments that were presented by council or directed by council for staff to work with the applicant on included density and height. So this was the first part. And the second part, the applicant has, through a lot regrading process, has reduced the height so this is just the previous plan, Your Worship, on the right side, and the current proposed, as you can see, the singular block fronting 208 A Street has now been broken down into two. And then the second revision that's been incorporated by the applicant has been to modify the design to reduce the height of the buildings by regrading the site and presenting a two-story look of a building from 208 A Street while maintaining a three-level townhouses with access from the lane being into essentially the ground level. So the form and character from 208 A Street is representative of a two-story building, and that results in a height issue that was identified by council. So these are the revisions that have been incorporated.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Saifi. And I know the concern was from the neighbors, myself and other members of council walking around the area, as we always do, and looking at what the concerns were, height, density, and also how I guess that parcel is a difficult piece to develop as well. So if I may, were all of those challenges, if I may, or concerns addressed, if I may?
Mr.
Yes, Your Worship, the challenges have been addressed in terms of the direction that was provided by council, as I said, with respect to density and with respect to the height of the building. I guess what I should also add is I think there were references made, although not as a formal resolution of council, but certainly by members of council and certainly by members of the public, references made to parking and parking challenges, which I guess is a subsidiary to the density question. And as part of the redesign, the applicant has been able to provide additional parking on site. I believe the number is about eight additional parking stalls being provided after you discount or remove the requirement for one unit. So whereas previously 43 parking stalls were being proposed, the number right now is 51. So that also addresses another issue. But there were some other, I guess, consequential matters as a result of the redesign that have been highlighted by staff in the staff report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you bringing the parking up as well. That was a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I guess just my comment on this is I think that the proponent's done a really good job of making the adjustments that was requested by council and to work with staff. I think probably, the biggest ones probably are the height of the building. I think it's almost 7 feet lower fronting the main road there and on 208A. And so that's quite significant difference, as well as adding parking. So I understand that most of the neighborhood is very pleased with the changes, and so I certainly will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councilor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to echo those comments. I think the mirroring has a lot to do with the fact that this would be more satisfactory based on the scale and what it looks like from the inhabitants across the street who are already residing there. I really would say I'd give special kudos, I think, to the proponent for going back and working really hard to try and create this. I found it interesting to read the staff report. Sometimes I think when we're asking for changes about density and other things, we don't necessarily understand maybe even the topography, and I understand that there were challenges with grading and other things that came into play. But I really think overall, I'm very supportive of this because I think it's done a good job of sort of reimagining the whole area and fitting in a positive way with the rest of the neighborhood. And I do know that the proponent, when I met with him, he said he had done a lot of reaching out over Facebook to the neighbors there. So I think he's done a lot of work to try and make people happy there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question for H7. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Okay, rocketing right along. We're now at bylaws for final adoption. And I1 is the 2023 permissive tax exemptions, bylaw 5812. Councillor Long moves it, or Councillor Davis moves it, Councillor Long seconds it. Call the question on I1. Carries unanimously. I2 is the Township of Langley Housing Agreement, Quadra Homes. This is on 2 Street and 83 Avenue, bylaw 5727. Motion, Councillor Arneson moves it, second. Councillor Kunst, discussion, call the question on I2. Carries, Councillor Richter opposed. And I3 is rezoning application number 100486, Qualico Developments, bylaw 5330, 5331. 2 Street, can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Long, seconder. Councillor Kunst, any discussion? Councillor Long.
Your Worship, this is a bit of an odd situation, if I got this right? This is the one that was actually given first, second, and third in 2018, before many of the, well, some of the folks on this at this table weren't even on council. So but I just wanted to talk about what fourth readings are all about for a minute here. We're giving final adoption to a number of bylaws right here. And my understanding, and I'm hoping, Your Worship, the staff will concur and clarify if I've made any mistakes or confirm that I've got the right attitude here, is that the projects are basically approved at third reading. And at third reading, council and staff will put a number of conditions on the proposal before it gives it final adoption. And many of them are very expensive, very time-consuming, and in this particular case, very complicated. So therefore, it took a couple of years or maybe or more longer, actually, for it to come back to the council table. But I'm wondering, Your Worship, if you wouldn't mind, for the benefit of everybody here, if staff could explain what happens if all those conditions, which were set by council when a proposal was given third reading, and they've been met, and the proponent has expended considerable money and effort to meet those conditions, what happens if this council, for whatever reason, decides it doesn't want to give it final adoption?
Mr. Bakken.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's a simple question, but unfortunately the answer is very complicated, and it's legally complicated. And I'll try to keep it brief, just to give you an overview. But effectively, there is the thought that third reading is an approval in principle. That's not a legal comment. That's actually just a comment in terms of the practice, to the business practices of municipalities. Council's discretion is unfettered to defeat or pass something at any stage. And as a consequence, it cannot be said that council must give anything final reading. But as Councillor Long alluded to, there can be consequences then for those issues if there isn't final reading granted. And the law is very muddled on terms of what those consequences are. You can have extensive debate among legal counsel in terms of what that involves. But what seems to be settled is there's two aspects that a council must be satisfied they've achieved before they were to reject something at final adoption. One would be that they've acted reasonably throughout the process and effectively acted reasonably and in good faith. And of course, councils would always intend to do so, but it depends upon the evidentiary trail and the bylaws and steps that were taken. As was referenced, the conditions were met and what had actually been passed previously. It's a bit more of a legal argument than it is a practical argument in terms of what actually took place and what transpired. And the second also revolves around what benefit then does the community receive from this development. And by that I mean, are there other services being put in, trunk lines, lateral lines, things of that nature, storm detention, sanitary sewer, and those issues. I think it's relatively settled that to the extent there is community benefits that are received from the work done by a proponent, even if their application fails, there is the ability or there is the potential for partial compensation for that work that's actually being done. So it's in that light that when there's something that's at final reading, as we've seen in the past, generally they're adopted quite quickly. If there's issues, though, it's always appropriate then to fully understand the implications of having something at final reading and not proceeding, because they could be significant. So I hope that helps for a bit.
Well, thanks, Your Worship. I think you were being very kind by saying that the fact is that there will be huge liabilities. Somebody's going to have to pay for all the works that have been done. So anyway, I hope that this council will approve this, and that's why I moved it, and we can move forward. It is an odd one that bridged 2 terms. Those that supported it aren't at the table, and I'm not sure what the opinions are of those that are sitting here now, but it's very clear, and I think I've made it clear, that we owe it to the proponent to give them final reading, because they have concluded and completed the works that were required by council.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, and I too want to ask some questions for the benefit of all my colleagues here, as was mentioned, for the benefit of my colleagues here, if I may, through the chair. Did the proponent not withdraw this motion from the agenda last meeting?
Just hold on. We're all getting another alert.
We can all get back to normal.
Okay.
Yeah, well, is it because I'm speaking?
I think so, yeah. That was...
Well, that's all, there's always a first for something, isn't there?
That's right. All right, we're all... so
I got the alert,
Safety
too.
alert basically says...
I got the alert, too.
Yeah, we can all...
What's that
I
mean?
didn't... Okay, carry on. I think we're good.
Yes. Okay. If I may, through the chair, did this applicant not withdraw this application last meeting, if I may, through the chair?
That's correct, Your Worship, and I think the clerk's note probably touches upon some of the reasons that still needed to be finalized before it advanced. Of course, there may be other reasons, but the significant CACs and the requirement of the township to ensure those funds were, I guess, pledged properly, I think was a factor.
Okay, but I guess my next question, may be to the clerk. But did the applicant not say they were going to present it to the next, meeting of the next council in 2022?
No. Well, that's a fair question for the clerk, but I believe they just pulled it for...
No, I'm not aware of that. We were directed by staff to put it back on the agenda at the request of the applicant. That's as much as I am aware of.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's a lot of unusual things happening all at once here. First of all, I was not on the 2018 council when this was voted upon, so I had to read up from the clerk, thank you from the clerk, on the public hearing information. Subsequent to that, the application was withdrawn. So I thought the application would come forward. Maybe it's my speculation that the application would, as other things tonight have come and other things as we go to the agenda, other things will also be presented to the next council of the township, which is the 22 to 26, I think, council. So I'm kind of confused here as to what the next step would be. When all members of council have spoken, I would like to propose an amendment. Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if this is the time, but I would like to propose an amendment, but that'll be up to the rest of the council to speak first. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, yeah. Yeah, it is an odd one. You know, what did we just do? 7 third readings are going to come to the next council. Council never ends, it continues on. The faces change, but council, as a council, does not have a beginning or an end. Councilor Davis.
Thank you. Well, now you've also, I'm kind of concerned. So I mean, maybe I'd like to hear what your amendment is, because I'd like to hear what your amendment would be. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on. There you go.
Thanks, Your Worship. This particular application, I don't find anything particularly unusual about it. I'm not sure where unusual comes from. This has gone through a process of following the path that we normally do. Had third reading, went to and had a number of conditions that were put on them, and now they've gone forward to meet those conditions. And sometimes that takes a couple of years to get there, so that's not unusual. And there are other times we've had things that have come forward to council and the proponent decides for whatever reason that they would like to pull it off the agenda for one meeting and have it come back, or there's nothing unusual about that. I don't think we should try and create something unusual about something that's not unusual. What we have here is an application that, to me, has significant benefit to the community, a significant benefit. This application is one that will bring in a lot of services that we need into the Brookswood Fern Ridge area, and as we move forward with new neighborhood plans, these services are going to be critical. And there's not there are a limited number of proponents that could help to provide those services to our community. So there are significant benefits, community benefits, and I think Mr. Backen has outlined that that is a significant thing for us to consider, is the benefits that come to this community through an application like this. In addition, there's been considerable time, cost, and energy put towards meeting the requirements of fourth reading. And I also, and besides all of that, I happen to really like the application. I think it's a very strong application. Proposes the kind of subdivisions that we might endeavor to have that are very similar to some of our nicest subdivisions that we have in our community, and this would be akin to that. So I think there's a lot of reasons why this is a project that we support. And I know that we have discussions around neighborhood plans coming up with the new council coming forward. But this is one of the applications that was agreed to by council that could come forward based on the new 2017 community plan. And this is following in line with that. So there's nothing unusual here, folks. Nothing to see. It's all up on board. And we just need to move forward as a council, and I would encourage my fellow council members to support this application.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. This proposal has really put me in quite a quandary, I have to say. I mean, it's not that I don't understand the arguments on both sides, but just for the public record, it's interesting since it went back to 2018, and I checked my own voting record, I never voted in favor of this application. And so now it presents an issue for people who feel very conflicted with the fact that if something's come forward that's met all the conditions, it could be up to that individual council member to sort of fall on their own political sword and say, I must do what's right for the township. I haven't made that decision yet. I'd like to hear what the rest of my council mates have to say about that, because in fact, I wouldn't, and my oath of office, I'm sure you're all aware, we are required to protect the township as much as possible from lawsuits. I'm not saying anybody's necessarily going to sue us, but at the same time, I wouldn't unreasonably make a decision that would support that potential outcome. So that's kind of how I'm looking at this. But I did have a question through your worship to staff. One of the things that occurred to me upon reading this is that now that we have the draft plans for the rest of our neighborhoods in Brookswood Fern Ridge, and they have a condition for the 26% of the land conservation area, how does that retroactively or at all apply to this development? Because it seems to me it creates an anomaly and something that doesn't create a level playing field in terms of going forward. Thank you.
Backen.
Thank you, Your Worship. The retroactivity is always a challenge, and the general principle is you can't apply, current or future bylaws retroactively to existing applications. The grandfathering date is generally going to be that date upon which the application was actually given its first and second reading, and in some cases from which it was actually the application being made. So in this instance, then, you'll see from the layout that this is going back to the pre-neighborhood plan concepts that were put in place, and that while there is some green space, there is no 26% threshold requirement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Ferguson, you requested to.
Yeah, I'd like to move a referral that this application, Qualico Development 100486, properties 3354, 3424, 3430, 3474, and 3502 208 Street be referred to the 2022-26 Council of the Township of Langley.
Is there a seconder? Okay, sorry, I have to deal with this one, so it's just.
I'll
seconded by so moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Davis. So I'm just going to open up the amendment, so if anybody wishes to speak.
Okay, so I just
you go
wanted,
ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I think this is unusual, and there's a number of, I guess, evidence to say there is. Number one, it's been removed once. This is our last meeting of council. Two, number three, it's been mentioned but passed over, that we do have pending for the next council a neighborhood plan for, I guess it's 3, for the Brookswood Fern Ridge community. And again, we are sworn to follow the necessary consultation and steps to protect land, property, and those living upon them. And I think this is a prime example of something that we should take very, very seriously. Now, as far as voting, every meeting, you look at the agenda, people vote against, the proponents that have put in place the necessary works agreement, both sewer, water, storm drainage, and yet we still have members of council opposed. That's all right. So that doesn't change perspective either. So I just think it's an opportunity, and I do feel for the proponent. I'm not voting against it. I say we vote again, or if I get back on council, the new council would certainly look at it and make a decision accordingly. Now, I don't think council should hide behind a legal challenge or something like that. That's not our responsibility unless we've deliberately done something that would be deemed by the courts as illegal. So I think I stand by this. This is a good motion, and I would like to see all of council support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
What I'm concerned about is, like, I don't know if we want to send it back to the next council without, like, I would like to know because we've talked about the implications of defeating this, the legal implications, like what's actually going to happen. So, because if it's been brought, would you maybe make it, send it to the next council to find out, like, I don't know how you word it, but but the implications of defeating it and on final. Because
Councillor Ferguson, so Councillor Davis has the floor. So Councillor Davis, could you rephrase?
Well,
question?
I'm concerned. I want a reason why I want to send it to the next council. I don't just like, I want to maybe hone in on why.
Yeah, I hear what you say, Mr. Backen. If you could
Thank
provide some
you,
comments.
I'm suggesting conceptually what we have right now is a deferral and to the next council, whereas Councillor Davis is looking for a referral. And I think we can achieve that by referring it to the 22-26 council for a report on the implications of defeating a matter at adoption or final reading.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, because this is exactly what I'm saying. Because what Councillor Ferguson has done is just deferred it without any reasons, and it's a fourth reading. What Councillor Davis is looking for is like putting a reason to it, so referring it for the purpose of getting staff to come back.
Well, I
with
think
legal
Councillor Ferguson kind of meant that.
So
But I'm just.
If that's what you intended, Councillor Ferguson, then what we'll do is amend your referral to reflect that. Is that? We'll just amend your. Okay. So you can't. Let's get this straight. So know what we're talking about here.
This is legally significant, the steps we take.
Yes, it is.
Because I know councillors have opinions, and there's no doubt that their discretion is unfettered. It's the complications and implications that are greatly debatable among legal counsel. So I think what you're asking Councillor Ferguson to say is that does he, as a friendly amendment, accept that it would be referred to the 2022-2026 council for a report on the implications of defeating a matter, not necessarily this one, but a matter at final reading.
Yeah.
I can accept that as well as a friendly amendment.
If there's no opposition to that, okay. Okay, so we'll carry on under that basis, that this is a referral for legal implications. Does that satisfy Councillor Davis?
Yes,
okay, thank
thanks.
you. All right. Yes, so by unanimous consent, we amended that one. Okay. Okay, so unless you wanted to go to a vote, I can do that. Okay, so the amendment to the amendment.
Can you hold that until we've all
No,
spoken to the first?
no, there's an amendment to the amendment on the floor right now, so Councillor Ferguson has made an amendment to his amendment, which is basically to refer, to amend his motion to refer for, to the 2022-2026 term to bring back a report on legal implications. Does that kind of summarize it? So that's what we'll vote on that, and then we can move forward. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the amendment. Where are we? I think we just move through and, yeah, just end it. We're just calling it.
I haven't had a chance to speak to it.
I'll get to you on the main motion, so.
Well, I can't vote.
I3, okay. I'll give a vote in favor of it then. Okay, call the question. This carries. Councillor Richter, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Arneson opposed. So now the amendment as amended. Councillor Long.
All right, why don't we just stop playing games here? Everybody knows what's going on here. Councillor Ferguson, why would you want to defer this or refer it or whatever you guys have decided to do now to a new council? What are they going to know that you don't know?
So
and you were on council before. No, we're talking about whatever this has turned out to be now, a referral or punting it out of here because there's many on this council that want to stop anything happening in Brookswood. And that's the truth. Let's be honest here and let's get on the table. Councillor Ferguson, why would you want to defer this or refer it?
Yeah, okay, let's just speak to.
No,
excuse
I
me.
am speaking.
Excuse me, Council.
Well, okay, you can take exception all you want, but it's very, very clear.
There's been a point of order. Could everybody just.
Point of order. Let's
everybody just quiet down a little bit? I'm ruling on the point of order. Councillor Long.
What's the point of order?
The point of order was basically you're going off the topic on the amendment. So if you could go back to speaking to the amendment as amended.
I'm not sure how I was going off
which
topic.
Which is basically referral.
I'll
okay?
accept your ruling. I don't know how that would be off topic because the referral is clearly an indication that this council wants to punt things constantly. It canceled all the meetings for the rest of this term. It's pushed all kinds of things all over. No, excuse me. Now I'd like a point of order because you can just let me speak.
Okay, let's just get this. We've got a long meeting ahead of us. I think we all know how we're going to vote on this. Let's make our
well, I don't know
comments.
if we do.
In favor or against?
Let me just finish what I have to say, okay? Because I have the floor, Your Worship.
Yeah, you do.
All right.
Keep
so
to the amendment
what
as
I
amended.
spoke of in the very beginning of this, when this was first introduced, when we talked about fourth readings and the anomaly that this went over 2 terms, I tried to point out to my colleagues here and to the public and to everybody that might be listening that there are huge ramifications when something is defeated at fourth reading, because fourth reading is simply verifying what's been asked by a legitimate council, and that was the council of 2018. It tasked the proponent to do a number of things, very, very expensive and very arduous things, to make their proponent adhere to what had to happen for their project to proceed. So when it comes to fourth reading, which is what we're discussing here, it is extremely serious that we grant the fourth reading if all the conditions have been met. If they haven't, I suppose that's a good reason to refer it back to staff. Oh, but it says very clearly here that they have all been met. In fact, extra conditions were put on by Councillor Richter, I believe, asking for somebody asked for a traffic impact study, even though it wasn't required, but they did one. And somebody else, it was Councillor Richter that said, they want to make sure that we can use CACs to do some park phased development agreements, and they put $1.6 million into the Parkland Dedication Fund for open spaces and so forth. So not only have they satisfied the conditions that staff put on it, but also the extra conditions that council put on it. It is our duty to vote on these things and move things forward. And I can see, and I'm sorry you take objection, everybody takes objection when I call it out, because games are being played. So it's very sad. I would like to vote for the fourth reading, which was moved. I'm not sure what I'm voting on now, but here's hoping that you have all looked at it and make sure we're not going to put the township in any liable situation to have to pay for all these millions of dollars worth of works, and also to taint the reputation of the township of Langley, in that when developers come forward, do what they're being required to do by council, we play games with them.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment, Councillor Richter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask staff, we can't, the neighborhood plans have not been adopted yet. And as this particular application has reached final, we can't make it adhere to a neighborhood plan that hasn't been approved, can we?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. I had a point of clarification. So I'm wondering about the amendment. Would it be possible, under our circumstances of time constraint, that I would like a legal opinion, but I don't think it's fair to the proponent to put it off for so long. So what about the proposition that if the mayor would call a special meeting, we could get the legal opinion and then be able to resolve this? I feel that time is of the essence, obviously. I don't want to postpone it unnecessarily. I don't think that that's particularly helpful, but I would like the legal opinion before I make a final decision. Thank you.
Mr. Backman, can you comment on that?
Your Worship, it would, because of the unique history, it will take some time, not a lot of time, but some time to go through what happened in 2014, 2018, the implications on this property, the conditions that were put in place, whether those conditions were met, whether there was any representations made by councillor staff that upon those representations being met, we'd actually then be in a position to pass the bylaws in place, that it is going to be a fairly complicated and robust opinion because, of course, the values that are now in place. So that could be started, and it might even be finished, but I suspect it's going to be late in September before that's going to be available to us, given the fact that the legal counsel's availability and what's going to take place. So if that is council's direction, we should undertake it, but that's going to take a number of weeks to get to that level of thoroughness that would be required, I think, to provide council with the information they seek.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, this application, I mean, it just seems so straightforward to me. It's met every one of the conditions that council laid out. Every single one was laid, and it met all of those. It's very clear that the neighborhood plans that have not been approved cannot be used as a tool or as a requirement for this application. So to me, it's just very straightforward. There's some very basic facts that make it very straightforward. They've met all the conditions, and we have and the significant community benefit that is provided through this application. So to me, there are three very strong, very logical reasons for why we should be proceeding with fourth reading now and not delaying it, not sending it to a council that will have less information than this council has. So I just don't understand. I don't support a referral at all. I think we need to make a decision today on it. And we need to approve fourth reading on the three basic, very basic logical truths.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
You know, I'm okay. The first couple speakers made me think a little further. And I'm not really playing a game. I just want to be very cautious. So I'm ready to vote.
Okay, thank you. I'll put my comments in. I can't support the referral. I would hope that council would not move this decision to the future council meeting. I believe we're here to make decisions. Sometimes we don't like the decisions we make, but we have to look at the governance position that we're in. We have to look at all the facts in front of us. I think it's been clearly stated by our CEO, the legal implications. I believe going to get a legal opinion will mirror what our CEO has already told us, and this is nothing new. We've been passing fourth readings all term. This is very serious if this goes down. There are other tools in my toolbox. If everything goes down, we gotta work through this. But I'm really trusting that council does see that this is an important motion, and that if the referral does not proceed, that we can proceed with fourth reading. I think it's important that we proceed with fourth reading. As been stated, and sometimes, in third reading, I think that's the time you vote against something or you make amendments. But once it's done, the council has made a decision, and really, the community charter says we do have to follow the will of council, and I'm hoping that council would do that. So I've got some second-time speakers. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I just want to ask some academic questions. Number one, the clerk had provided me, since I was not on council myself, and haven't heard much from, two other councillors about our position on this particular application. So I would ask the clerk, is it not true that I noticed on the information provided for me by the clerk that there was at least two members of this council that voted against this application at first and second reading. Is that not correct? And third reading?
We don't have the minutes before us, but by going by memory, I think that was correct. There was some members of council back in 2018 that are no longer on council that supported it, and then I don't believe that the present members, the present councils, had an opportunity to vote on this matter since it's been constituted.
But my information from the members of council in 2018, there were some members sitting here today that voted against the application.
Yes.
That was the information provided for me. That's an academic question. Second thing, so the very things that were said tonight regarding utilities, regarding growth, regarding homes, regarding all those were presented at the time when the application was in. So very, very same things apply. So second academic question, has this council voted on fourth reading on this application already?
No, that's why.
Well, I didn't think so, because there's people telling us how about a defeat of a fourth reading that has not happened.
That's because you've deferred it.
No, excuse me. No, the motion for fourth reading is on the floor. Presently, we're considering an amendment that's been amended to that fourth reading. So yes, it is on the floor. We haven't had the opportunity to vote yet.
But I'm hearing comments about a fourth reading being defeated.
If it's defeated, the
Oh, if it's
consequences.
defeated,
Yeah,
okay.
nobody said it
Well,
has.
then, I can't predict the future.
neither can
And
I.
the decision has not been made. So we'll see what the decision is. It takes 5 members of council to vote.
Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify a procedural question, if I may. The
Sure.
difference between a referral and an amendment here. So you're amending final and then approving it, but you're requesting a legal opinion to determine whether to approve it?
No, so what's on the floor right now, good question. What's on the floor right now is an amendment that's been amended to, and so the amended motion that's before us is a referral.
Your Worship, just to clarify, because we get the terms
Sure.
confused. I'll start with the framework. Usually a deferral just delays something without any specific direction. A referral usually delays something for a specific purpose or a series of purposes. Here, we had a referral motion that probably was more like a deferral, but we'll call it that. And now there's been an amendment to that referral motion to add some specificity, which is to get a report on the implications of defeating a matter at third reading. For final reading, at final reading and final adoption. So right now, we have the referral as amended being on the floor.
So I just want to clarify, because just to clarify, you keep referring to an amended final as opposed to, which would then be an approved final as an amended, as opposed to a referring, not approving final.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Maybe I tripped over my tongue, but it's
Because-
what we're talking about now is an amendment, that's an amended amendment to, or amended referral, you're right.
Okay.
The referral has been amended, so yeah, you're right.
So we're
it's the
not
same thing.
voting to
So if-
approve final as
no,
amended, we're voting
no,
to refer it
that's
for
right.
report.
You're right.
Okay, thank you.
It's getting late in the day. Council Long, and then we can call a question on this thing.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if Councillor Ferguson can predict what his vote's going to be, because he's having difficulty over there. And there were 2 that didn't actually vote for it here, but I think Councillor Davis did support it. I was on council at the time, and there were 2 votes that didn't support it. But I guess we were very kind to Councillor Ferguson, because he did want to defer it and just punt it to the next council, but now we've got a bit more clarification as to what would be more appropriate. But I think we should be rejecting any referral or any deferral, and we should call the vote on it. And I think there are enough votes at this table to have this proceed, and it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. So on the referral, as amended, make sure I got that correct, calling the question. Okay, the referral, as amended, has been defeated. Okay, we'll give yours as a positive then? Okay, we'll switch it to positive. So, Councilor Richter, Councilor Whitmarsh, Councilor Kunst, Mayor Froese, Councilor Long, Councilor Arneson are opposed to the referral. So we're back on the fourth reading. And so are we good to call the question on that? Okay, I think we've had good discussion, so I'm going to call the question on I3. Motion carries. Councilor Ferguson, Councilor Woodward opposed. Thank you. We move on to I4. This is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100217 and development permit application number 101107, bylaw 5710 and 1011. I would like a motion on the development permit. I have a motion on the development. Councillor Whitmarsh, second. Councillor Davis. On the development permit, I'll call the question. Carries. Councillor Arneson opposed. A motion on the bylaws 5710 and 5711. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis, second. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Whitmarsh. Call the question on I-4 bylaws. Carries with Councillor Arneson opposed. Move on to I-5. I-5 is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100206 and development permit applications number 101198 and 101290, bylaws 5747 and bylaws 5748. Could I have a motion on the two development permits? Councillor Ferguson moves it. Seconder, Councillor Whitmarsh. On the development permits, I'll call the question. Carries. Councillor Richter opposed. And move on to the bylaws. Could I have a motion on the bylaws? 5747, 5748. Councillor Whitmarsh moves it. Councillor Long seconds it. Call the question on the bylaws on I-5. Carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Move on to I-6. Official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100214 and heritage alteration permit application number 101241 and bylaw 5761, 5762, Vincini Homes. I have a motion on the heritage alteration permit. Councillor Arneson moves it. Councillor Long seconds it. Call the question on the heritage alteration permit.
Your Worship, just for the purposes of the minutes. Oh,
yeah. Oh, okay.
It's easier for the minutes to do the bylaws prior to the permits.
Oh, okay.
Both ways do actually work. It's just it's our agenda is set up to do the bylaws first, so we're having to go down and come back.
Took you 11 years to tell me that.
Last meeting, Your Worship.
Last meeting. Took me 11 years to get the hang of this job. All right, so that was on the heritage alteration permit. Sorry, that's what I called. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Woodward. Oh, it disappeared on me. I missed Councillor Davis, I think, opposed, so it's carried. So on the bylaws. Oh. No, you got it right this time, but it
Okay.
may be up there.
Well, let's vote right.
I made a mistake. Okay, I'll call that vote again. So on the
Well, on I-6, right?
on I-6 on the permit that the HAP. Okay. Okay. Carries with Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Davis opposed. On the bylaws, can I have a motion, please? Councillor Long moves it. Seconder, second. Councillor Kunst, call the question on I-6 on the bylaws. Carries with Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Davis opposed. All right, we'll switch it around on the next one. I-7 is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100192. Development permit application number 101212, Compass Co-housing, bylaw 5736 and 5737. Could I have a motion on the bylaws, please? Councillor Davis, second. Councillor Arneson. On the bylaws, I call the question. 7. Carries unanimously. On the development permit, could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Long. Councillor Ferguson, on the development permit.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we've been quickly going through things. This is for the Compass Co-housing, if I may, through a chair?
Yes.
You know, it's interesting that Compass Co-housing came to us a number of years ago, and they have a really unique way of putting housing together. And I know they have another co-housing project, not Compass, up in Walnut Grove area, and it's very successful how people get together and they're like-minded and have a lot of things in common, and it's very, very, very positive. And I wanted to compliment the Compass Co-housing Group for putting this application in. It's a very, very good, and I hope it's unanimous support from the council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So on the development permit, to call the question. That carries unanimously. I got the development permit already, right? Yeah, good. All right, we're off to I-8, and that's rezoning application number 100643 and development permit application 101193. Stevojcik, bylaw 5723 of the bylaw. So Council Long moves bylaw 5723. Is there a seconder? Council Kunst, call the question on I-8 bylaw. And that carries. Council Richter opposed. On the development permit, could I have a motion, please? Council Davis moves it. Seconder, Councilor Long. All those in favor on the development permit. I-8. Carries. Council Richter opposed. I-9. Official Community Plan Amendment and Rezoning Application Number 100200, Development Permit Application Numbers 100851 and 101143, Bylaws 5589, 5590. This is on 208 Street. Motion on the bylaws, please. Councilor Ferguson, seconder. Have a second. Councilor Kunst, let's call the question on I-9. I-9 carries. Councilor Arneson opposed. On the development permit numbers, can I have a motion, please? Councilor Ferguson, second. Councilor Davis, call the question on the development permits. Carries with Councilor Arneson opposed. All right, move on to minutes of committees. Heritage Advisory Committee of July 6th. To receive the minutes, can I have a motion, please? Councilor Kunst, seconder. Councilor Long, call the question on K1. Carries unanimously. Wow. So is that like a record on first and seconds, thirds, fourths for one meeting and reports? I think so. So we're now going to go on to the Mayor and Council report, and for everyone's information, deviating a little bit from the normal process, we have a term and review report. I know there's members of council that went to the Jazz Festival and excited about that. Thanks, Councilor Arneson and Councilor Long. There's members that went quick draw shooting at the Aldergrove Fair. Thanks to everyone there, but I'm not going to go into all of that, unfortunately. If you want to add something at the end of this, you're welcome to. But our format for the rest of the meeting is going to be term and review, and then we're going to go through other business, and then there'll be an opportunity for members of council to say a few words, as this is the last scheduled regular council meeting. So with that, welcome everyone. And January 2021 started with all of us wondering what another year of COVID would look like. Thankfully, the vaccine arrived, and most of us were double vaccinated by last summer. To date, some 92% of British Columbians have now been fully vaccinated. Although 2020 and 2021 were challenging for everyone, we're very pleased with the accomplishments that occurred during our 4-year term. With the pandemic affecting our residents and economy, I think the best way to describe Langley is resilient. Local business adapted and changed with the restrictions and limitations as we all adapted to new ways of doing business. The doors to local business stayed open thanks to ingenuity. Residents could shop locally online and have the goods delivered or ready for pickup. The economic development team worked with local business to assist with grant information and new ways to reach their customers. You can check out invest.tol.ca for more information on the economic investment within the township. The newest area of growth will be Williams Neighborhood, plan accepted in 2018. Over the next 20 to 25 years, we'll add 100 acres of employment land, industrial and commercial, house 4,600 people, and employ 3,500 people. Carvalth at the 200th interchange is now home to several international headquarters and regional offices. The Stan Rogers Memorial Award was presented to the Township of Langley by the BC Economic Development Association. The award recognizes the Aldergrove Credit Union Community Centre as being the private or public project that is making the most significant economic impact in a community. In addition, the Township of Langley was named Smart 21 Community, one of the top 21 intelligent communities from around the world. In sport, the 40-acre disc golf course was built on a former landfill site that has been restored, covered with soil, and planted with trees. 25 hours of volunteer time went into creating the large course, located kitty-corner to the Aldergrove Regional Park. Raptors Knoll is part of the 100-acre Jackman Wetlands Park, which includes wetlands and a trail that opened last fall. The disc golf course was designed around the trail with safety in mind. The W.C. Blair Pool has seen significant investments over the past 5 years. Improving W.C. Blair Recreation Centre has been done through renovation and retrofits projects to serve the growing community in the Township of Langley. With the award of a federal grant through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, the township was able to double the area of the fitness center and add a much-desired steam room. The announcement for $400,000 was part of a grant slated for just over $2 million in total. The Canadian Premier League's Vancouver 2023 expansion team will be based out of Willoughby Community Park. Having the CPL in the township gives residents an exciting opportunity to see professional soccer close to home and can help inspire youth players to take up the sport. Infrastructure. Lots going on. 216th Street opened. The Ministry of Transportation widened Highway 1 from 202 Street to just east of 216th Street to 6 lanes and constructed the new interchange at 216th Street. Funded with contributions from the federal government, the province, and the township shared the cost of the interchange works, which included work on 216th Street from 80th Avenue to north of Highway 1. A reflective sound wall along 216th Street was also installed between Highway 1 and 88th Avenue, and absorptive sound wall panels on 216th Street south of 88th Street. The Surrey-Langley SkyTrain project will extend the Expo line 16 kilometers into Langley City. Both the provincial and federal governments have committed to funding the significant transportation project, including $2.4 billion from the province and up to $1.3 billion from the federal government. This is a huge accomplishment by the Mayor's Council and will provide options for sustainable, reliable, low-cost, high-quality transportation in the region. We're also taking the lead in our commitment to increase electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and we completed the largest ever expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. This investment will accelerate progress in Township's climate action strategy. Emmaus Place, thank you, is an affordable housing mixed development with a mixture of 70 units geared for seniors and 12 townhouse units for families, providing affordability, a sense of well-being, and a place to call home for many people. The Township of Langley is an age-friendly community that is committed to ensuring people in all stages of life can live with dignity, respect, and independence. This affordable rental housing project will provide that, and we're so happy that Shepherd of the Valley Lutheran Church, Catalyst, and the various levels of government involved have been able to work together to make it happen. Lots of committee work has happened over the last 4 years. The Mayor's Standing Committee was established to review and identify opportunities to improve the Township's development approval process. The committee found some improvements could be made when it came to resources for staff, streamlined processes, updated policies, and a focus on innovation. Allowing approval of certain applications to be done at the staff level, new development application procedure bylaw, adopted a developer-held public information meeting policy, adopted a zoning bylaw amendment to allow for temporary use permits subject to conditions established by council that consider compatibility with the surrounding area and have economic development benefits. And the township is planning to update its subdivision and development servicing bylaw to update and clarify infrastructure and servicing requirements, and received $500,000 of local government development approvals grant funding from the Provincial Ministry of Municipal Affairs. The funding will support the township's transition to an online development application process. The Gap Young Korean War Memorial unveiling ceremony was held at the Derrick Doubleday Arboretum in February of 2019. There were close to 200 invited guests and dignitaries in attendance, including the Mayor of Gap Young County, Sun Ji Kim. The Korean War was one of Canada's most significant military engagements of the 20th century, and the vital role Canadian soldiers played during the Battle of Gap Young forged a unique bond between our two countries. The bravery and tenacity shown by Canadian soldiers during this pivotal battle marked a turning point in the war and affected the course of history. We're honored that Gap Young County chose to commemorate Canada's contribution with this poignant memorial. The Orange Tulips. There you go, Margaret. The Orange Tulips were part of an initiative to see 1.1 million Liberation 75 tulips planted across the country to recognize the 1.1 million Canadians who served in the Second World War and mark the milestone Liberation anniversary. We were honored to remember the Canadian soldiers who had such a huge impact on the Dutch people and to celebrate the anniversary of an accomplishment that was monumental for the Netherlands and Canada and for the entire world. The Arboretum is the ideal place for the Liberation 75 tulips as they complement the significant monuments and landscape features already there. The Walk to Remember and commemorative structure for soldiers who fell in Afghanistan, an oak tree grown from an acorn from Vimy Ridge, and the Gap Young Stone. In early 2021, the BC Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sports announced that the township will receive $711,354 in Community Economic Recovery Infrastructure funding for the new Arts, Culture and Heritage Facility, Salishan Place by the River. The funding supports economic resilience, tourism, heritage, and urban-rural economic development projects. The groundbreaking took place last fall. Kwantlen and Musqueam First Nations councils celebrated the project and this special place. This facility is being developed in partnership with the Kwantlen First Nation and in collaboration with the Katzie, Musqueam, and Semiahmoo First Nations, on whose traditional territories the township was established. This has been a dream shared by community members for many years. We as a community have a lot to be proud of. This presentation was a snippet of what has been done and the projects that continue into the next term. And with that, I want to thank you and thank council for all of their hard work over the last 4 years, and also to thank staff for all of their hard work in keeping us going. And I'm going to have a little bit of a few words on the thank yous later in the meeting. So with that, that is the mayor's report. Is there anything anybody would like to add, or we can move on? Looks like we'll move on. Although this is the last regular scheduled meeting of Township Langley Council, I know many members of council. Some of them are on committees that will continue to work with Metro, and I know with TransLink we have work going on through the fall, pretty much right up to November. So our work continues. We're still available, and staff are working hard, keeping things going. So I just got to get back to my agenda here. Okay, so with that, I'll move on to items from prior meetings, and I'll turn it over to Councillor Woodward as he has a motion to reconsider. Got your mic on? There you go.
Just move that.
You want to move the reconsideration?
That's right.
Okay, is there a seconder?
No, sir.
Councillor Long seconds it. I believe it's no discussion, it's just a vote, is that right? Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the motion to reconsider. And the motion to reconsider fails. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Kunst, Mayor Froese, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis opposed. Okay, and now Councillor Arneson, you have a motion to reconsider.
Yes, I'd like to move the reconsideration motion.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Councillor Kunst. I will now call the question on the reconsideration. Councillor Davis? Okay. And the reconsideration carries with Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Davis opposed. So now, Madam Clerk, the motion is, so just to get clear, what we reconsidered, the exact motion, and it needs a mover and a seconder, is that correct?
Yes, we go back to the beginning, so
Yes.
it would be a motion as it was originally tabled, and it will need a mover and a seconder.
Okay, so Councillor Arneson,
Yes, I'll move the original motion, please.
moved by Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Kunst. Councillor, I'm going to let Councillor Arneson speak to it. Did you want to speak to it first?
No.
Okay, Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to speak against this because I think it's a motion that binds the next council. And that's why in the last meeting, we passed a motion to refer it to the next council so that they can choose to determine whether or not this is a priority for them. I feel that this particular motion is going to create a substantive workload for staff, and I don't think it's fair for us to be doing this in the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add that as the original motion is on the floor, it's brand new. If any member of council wishes to make a referral motion, that is still open.
Oh, well, then I would like
yeah.
to make that
Okay,
referral
so
motion.
I'll go through the speakers list and I'll come back to you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, no, I would support that referral motion. I mean, I could have filed 10 notices of motion with the campaign platform as well, but I chose not to do that. I think.
Okay, Councillor Woodward
Am I
has the
allowed to
floor.
speak,
Yeah,
or-
go ahead, please. Yeah. Okay, Councillor.
You don't control what I
Woodward.
say, Councillor Arneson. So
Councillor
excuse me,
Woodward,
may
go
I
ahead.
continue? May I continue, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're like the British Parliament, they pound their fist.
No, I know. I haven't said much tonight, but even when I do, it's a problem. So.
All right, carry on.
You know, I think that my position wouldn't have changed on this, that we should be referring this to the next council. So I'll definitely support that and move it if necessary. This is a substantial work item to direct staff to do, which the next council may not see it quite the same way, or may not, in fact, see this approach to solving the problem as the right one. I think there's a number of ways to approach second stage housing and transitional housing in the township, of which we don't have any. So from what I've understood, there's hundreds of people, mostly women, of course, if not all, that require this type of housing in the community, and it's not available. I don't believe that this motion is going to solve the problem. I don't believe that we should necessarily be using the affordable housing reserve funds as stipulated in the motion to advance the item. This endorses using that fund for this purpose. I believe that this project and the need for this type of housing has a number of other funding possibilities separate from the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. So this is one number of reasons and attempts to work with this at the last council meeting is why it was referred originally. And I believe the rationale for referring it still stands on that basis. This is a substantial work item. I believe it should be referred to the next council to address. And I believe there'll be many people running for council who will promise and propose to do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Your Worship. The reason that I brought this forward was not because there was any election in the offing. It's to address a problem of 50 years in the Township of Langley, in which, for a variety of reasons, we have had no secondary housing for women and children. So I guess you'll have to excuse somebody who would like to be an advocate and act on behalf of those who have been identified in our own housing action plan as needing somebody to advocate on their behalf. We are going to lose the entire momentum that we have created so far. There may be council members that are not aware of all the behind-the-scenes lobbying that has gone on. I would imagine if you were trying to do any kind of project, I don't think it's reasonable, in my opinion, to be saying, oh, here's a blueprint, I've got all the materials, but let's wait 6 months before we actually start. I see no advantage to doing that whatsoever. Yes, there is some work involved, but I would be surprised if the next council did not consider this. No, do I have a crystal ball? But if I looked at the composition and the mandate and the framework of the Housing Action Plan, I would say it is reasonable. And it is not the case, if I could just go on to this analysis about using the Housing Reserve Fund, that is not what the motion says. It says to consider that. And I purposefully drafted the motion so that it could be broadly interpreted for many different types of ways to get this housing. The important thing is we need the housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, if I may, anyway, if I may, Mr. Mayor, speak. No one at this table is opposed to this type of housing and helping women and children flee violence. Everybody in this room is in favor of supporting those kind of efforts, including providing the necessary protective services as well, and helping the courts as well provide the right penalty for those involved with that type of thing. And housing is important. And I just think that it is a motion to reconsider. Now we're back on the table to consider. I see no harm in looking at it next council for those involved. And I just don't see any harm. So I would be supporting a motion to have it deferred, if I may, to the next council.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Well, I think we need to read carefully the motion, and maybe I didn't read it close enough last time, and I did have a chance to do so before this meeting more intensively, because it calls for everything that we've been talking about here. First of all, it doesn't commit anything. It does say that the reserve funds could be considered. It's really based upon the delegation that we received, and it was a very thorough delegation and a very compelling one, that there is definitely a shortfall that the Township of Langley has in this area. And so this is going to provide everything that the new council needs to make its decision, perhaps, or at least it's going to add to the information that they're going to require to move forward on this particular subject. So it says that therefore be resolved that staff use the information that came from the Ishtar delegation as well as the information that's in our housing action plan that exists already and our housing needs assessment, and prepare a report for council on the provision of second stage housing. Well, that report for council isn't going to come to this council because we've canceled all the meetings, or you guys have, excuse me. So it'll come to the next council automatically. So I think we should pass this, and then the new council will be able to receive this report and make its decision how to move forward from there. But if we defer it, well, that's just what we've been trying to do for quite a while, isn't it? A lot of people on this council want to do that. There's talk of election airing here, which I think is totally inappropriate, especially under this subject matter. So let's pass it, and staff will make a report. The new council will benefit from it.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. This is a topic that I didn't really know a lot about until we had the delegation come to us on June 27th. And, Miss Berlin that came and spoke with us was a fantastic delegation and really highlighted the challenge that women are facing in our community. After that meeting, some of us on council went and met with Miss Berlin at her place at the Ishtar Women's Resource Society. And, hearing the stories and hearing how difficult the situation is and the dire need for housing for women that are facing abusive and violent situations, my heart was absolutely stirred. And some people might look at me as a guy that maybe doesn't get stirred much, but I was really stirred by that, and really felt heartbroken at what was happening. And so for me, this is about getting going with it. If we don't do this today, we're going to be at least 4 months delayed. And the council, I think, as some councils have already suggested, I don't think anyone would have a problem with finding a way to come up with second stage housing for women. I didn't see this as an election issue. I'm not fighting it as an election issue, but I certainly see it as a critical community issue. And my heart was broken. What I saw and heard was just really sad. And so I thought, well, if we can get a head start on it, why not? Why not get a report that gives us the information? So 4 months from now, when council gets back, they actually have a report and they can start, rather than then asking staff if they can do a report. Why delay 4 months, something that for me is so critical? So I'm supportive of moving ahead now. Obviously, we'll go with the will of council, but I think let's get a head start on something that we need so badly in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
I had a question through you to staff. So the referral motion that we put on in the last meeting that got carried it's got to be redone, reintroduced in order to get it. And was the letter ever sent, the advocacy letter?
The letter was not sent only because the person sending it was away on holidays for the week. Otherwise, it would have been, so it did not go out.
Okay. And so a meeting occurred post-delegation. Who was present at that meeting? Because I didn't get an invite to it.
I wasn't invited either, no.
I don't think it was an invite. I think there were some of us asked to go.
Okay, so who was asked to go?
I went. Councillor Kuntz went and Councillor Arneson were there.
Okay. And why was the rest of council not included?
I just took initiative to go.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The delegation, I said it the last time and I'll say it again, the delegation, when it came to us, asked us to advocate on their behalf to get funding for second level or second stage housing. And so the referral motion said that we would send an advocacy letter to the province on their behalf. That's what they asked for, and that's what we give them. This business of additional reports, that was not asked for in the delegation. So, I mean, maybe they should come back and do a second delegation to all of council, so that all of council can hear exactly what it is that they were asking. In any event, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reintroduce the referral motion.
As it's stated there?
As stated in the last meeting.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor Woodward. So on the referral motion, any Councillor Woodward on the referral motion?
Yeah, so I think this needs to be re-referred. I know it's being framed as a 4-month delay after an 8-year delay. But I don't see it that way. The way I look at this is it's the motion itself that needs to be tweaked and amended by the council that's actually going to pursue this project, potentially multiple projects. I also went and met with Ms. Berlin as well, and I learned a bit more about the actual needs that she's looking for, and this motion doesn't cover it. Some of the ideas that I've had, we discussed them with Ms. Berlin, aren't captured by this motion. So staff are going to spend a significant amount of time, potentially, working on a plan that won't move forward. So item 4 here, inclusion of high-level strategy and framework to fund it in the Willowbrook Community Plan. I don't support that. An implementation assessment from previous council motions. I don't know which motions are being referred to or what the context of that will mean when it's executed by the bureaucracy for 4 months. Consider the use of available and prospective affordable housing reserve funds. It's a very small amount of money based on an inadequate CAC program. It will not produce a project of the quantity that Ishtar and the community require. A defined strategy with detailed timeline and cost estimates to collaborate with BC Housing. Well, which land is it going to be placed on? How many units will go there? What funding envelope will the council support? There's no way to really execute this motion without the council to follow through on it, which is why I support the referral, which is why it was referred initially. This isn't about supporting or not supporting second stage housing. You know, I didn't have to go to Ms. Berlin to learn about difficult childhood. So I think, you know, there's a number of great solutions on the table for this problem that are not in this motion. And it feels very much like trying to get ahead on coming back in the fall with a program that the next council may have a lot of different and better ideas to execute on this need in the community. And so I don't want necessarily staff working on these items, which I think would be an endorsement of a council to the next council, to go and add this to the Willowbrook Community Plan. Well, we haven't discussed that. There's been no basis for why it would be funded that way. We would have to potentially look at a reform of the CAC program to include this need. And so there's a number of reasons why it's referred that have nothing to do with creating a delay, being framed as a 4-month delay. So I really take exception to that somehow we're trying to delay these things as opposed to execute them correctly. Thank you.
All right, so on the referral. So what is this one? Yeah, I will. It's as it's stated on the agenda. If you look on the original referral. So this N2. Oh, okay, sorry, missed that. Council Long.
Well, after hearing what I just heard, I mean, it sounds like perhaps there's people on council here that have some ideas to add to this motion but don't want to. And, you know, I hear a lot of I over there, so I guess if it wasn't somebody else's idea, it's not a good one. So I take exception to those comments. And the 4-month delay came from the certain person that's being addressing here, talking about the supposed 4-month delay. Well, there is a 4-month delay because we're not meeting. Okay. So, no, and it sounds like people on council have already written the report. That's what I just heard. I got that feeling. So let's leave it to staff to come up with that. And a report is an open-ended thing, isn't it? It gives some suggestions, and sort of we have very, very smart staff and very dedicated staff that will help us, or help the new council through this dilemma, and it's something that should get started on sooner than later, Your Worship.
Thank you. So we're still on the referral motion. Councillor Ferguson?
Well, the first point I wanted to make, I would hope, Mr. Mayor, that my colleagues would show a little bit more decorum and address the issue rather than singling out other members of council for their comments.
Well, you singling me out?
Okay. Let's just.
I'm asking for decorum.
Let's get on. I think, carry on.
Anyway, there is, if I may, a number of things that are included in this motion, if I may, that are questionable. And as other members of council have indicated, an implementation process assessment. What does that mean, if I may, through the chair, from previous council motion? Can you help me out with that, if I may?
Back.
Just off the top of my head, I think it would refer to an implementation assessment and program. So it would mean that there would have to be an assessment as to the various implementation options, and then from those options, select the most appropriate option to go forward.
I know, if I may, I know we have an affordable housing strategy. Is that the right terminology to be used here, if I may?
I think it'd be premature for us to comment on that. We'd have to actually look at the motion in its totality if it's accepted, and then and look at the context from some of the comments from this meeting.
I mean, I know this question has probably been asked before, but I'll ask it again one more time, if I may. Mr. Backen or Mr. Safey, would you know that how much time or staff time would be required to do such a thing as is asked for in this motion, if I may?
I would say it would be significant, but Mr. Seffi, you probably have a better handle on terms of the social planner's workload and what this would add to it.
Yes, I agree, Your Worship, with Mr. Backen's assessment, significant. I would suggest it would likely take perhaps months, maybe 2 to 4 months to complete. It doesn't mean that a staff person would be dedicated throughout that period, but rather the need for review, research, consultation with stakeholders, and then assessment, and then formalizing and articulating that to council. So I would say between 2 to 4 months, with a couple of staff being employed maybe 30 to 50% of the time.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, it's fair to say that, we have a workforce in the township of Langley is working very hard for a number of things that we ask them to do, plus their own day-to-day things. Some are working overtime, some are working weekends, and this seems like quite a large workload placed on them to do this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, just, I'm wondering if we could divide this referral motion.
Okay.
Second division.
Okay. It's.
One is there's one regarding second stage housing being referred to the new council.
One's a letter.
The second one talking about a letter being sent.
Okay, so moving second. All those in favor of division? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So can we call a question then?
On which one?
On the first one. This motion regarding to be referred to the newly elected council. So we'll start with that one. The referral. That's right. There's both referral. Well, yeah, the referral. The other one should be it's the one's a referral. The second one is a letter, which would happen soon. I think. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, that's right. That's right. So, Madam Clerk, if you could just help me out here.
In this case, they were both titled as a referral. However, they would best now be broken apart, be a referral for the first one and a motion for the second one.
Yeah, because the second one does say that this council sent an advocacy letter. So, yeah, okay. So, first one's a referral. So, we're voting on the motion regarding second stage housing be referred to the newly elected council. Okay, so we'll start with that one. It's the it's on page 38 of the agenda that this motion regarding second stage housing be referred to the newly elected council. That's right. Yeah. And what is that? N2, right? Okay, I need one more vote. Okay, and the referral.
You got my vote.
Yeah, defeat. Okay, referral fails.
Excuse me, so I thought we were voting on the letter.
No, I said the referral. Okay, I'll do the. I was, yeah, very clear. We're doing the first stage is on the referral. So I'll call the question again. And two. That's okay. Yeah, it's been a long day. We started early. Totally get it. Okay, on the referral. Okay, the referral fails. Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Kunst, Mayor Froese, Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson opposed. So now on the letter, writing a letter.
We have the original motion back. It can still be.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I think we'll do because this is like a two-part. It's kind of confusing here. We can do the letter motion right now and then go back to the main motion. So just on the letter. On just sending a letter, yeah. Yeah, so that's all it is right now. Carries unanimously. Now we're back to the main motion. Okay. Okay, Councillor Woodward on the main motion.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment to remove item 4.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Richter seconds.
Speak to that if I may, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
go ahead.
Yeah, so I think if we're going to proceed with this in some form, I'd like to try to improve it. So item 4, I'm a little concerned about high-level strategy and framework designed to support the funding of secure secondary housing within the amended Willowbrook Community Plan. I get uncomfortable singling out a specific community plan to fund a township-wide initiative. So I don't support that, not theoretically, but if you're going to be having a community plan to funding something, that should occur through a CAC program or a similar vehicle. I do not believe a single community plan should be singled out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Thank you, Worship. Well, I guess this is something that we need to call overtime for. I had no idea that council was so sort of wanting to get into something that is got a lot of depth and would then want to look at this as an opportunity to kind of rip apart and redo something that is a completed aspect of a way of looking at something, which I'm starting to understand that maybe some people just either don't agree with this approach or they don't understand what the approach is getting at. The last one, I would say, the approach is not that somehow the Willowbrook plan is going to fund this. No, it is being proactive and saying if we're going to have a SkyTrain station in the area, we should be looking for a way that the development helps to pay for some affordable housing, for secondary housing, for women and children fleeing violence. I think that that's a fairly straightforward proposition. I don't think we need to change our structure for CACs, but if we do, that would be something I think it would be better to consider now rather than waiting until it's 2028 and we have the SkyTrain there. The biggest issue around SkyTrain implementation is the fact that there's no affordable housing. If you're going to put people in a situation, you want to put them where they're close to transportation, they're close to jobs, and there is a reasonable connection. There is a nexus between why you would want to do this and the way that things work at the local government level and working with BC Housing and everybody else who's involved with the SkyTrain. I think it makes sense to start doing it proactively and not wait until a year or so out to figure out how this is going to come about. Because when that happens, it means there's a total absence of anything like you had imagined. So no, this is not something where we're taking money from one place and putting it in another. This is a way to look at how does staff recommend, and by the way, this was actually vetted by staff. I just want people to know that I didn't just, sit up at night by myself and think, oh, this sounds like a good idea. Our senior staff have looked at this. They gave it back and said, yes, this is what makes sense from our point of view. So I'm not saying that gives it, a rubber stamping of correctness, but it also, I think, doesn't imply that there's something unreasonable about the whole proposition. So no, I don't support taking out number 4 because I think it's an important component. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Well, I guess maybe I'm sitting here maybe in the middle. I think that I can understand the comments made about prescribing that this would fall into a specific community plan. So I appreciate those comments. I'm wondering if that instead we keep number 4, but just put a period at the end of the word housing and take out the within the amended Willowbrook Community Plan. Therefore, it would talk about the inclusion of a high-level strategy and framework designed to support the funding of secure secondary housing, and then just leave it there. Thank you.
So there's an amendment on the floor to remove number 4. Is it appropriate to have an amendment to put parts of number 4 back? I think we should. No, we got to vote and defeat it. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, we'll move through this amendment. Yeah. Councillor Richter on the amendment.
Okay, so if this motion is about guaranteeing funds for secondary second stage housing out of TransLink revenues or whatever revenues are being targeted, then this is binding the next council. This is telling the next council where those monies are going to be taken from. And that's not fair to bind the next council.
Okay,
I don't
thank you.
think we can bind the next council. Mr. Backen,
No,
are we able to bind
no,
the
we
next
can't.
council?
No, we can't. No council is fettered by our
I
decision.
think this whole motion should be ruled out of order myself.
All right, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, so my goal here, I just want to clarify, is that, I'm getting the sense that there was a successful vote for reconsideration of the motion. Referral failed, so I'm getting the sense it's going to move forward. So I'm trying to make it better to try to be able to work with this if I return. So the problem I struggle here with this is the framework, because, just to back up a bit, because staff are now going to be spending, as we've heard from senior management, going to be spending months on this. So we support the funding of designed to support the funding. So it doesn't say locating it there. I interpreted this as support the funding of within a specific neighborhood plan, which isn't how the CAC program operates. So I get very concerned because it's not what we say, it's what's in the motions that actually matter. And so funding of secure secondary housing, I think if we remove that, I had a subsequent amendment for item 3 to widen the scope of potential funding sources to look at how this would potentially be funding. I still don't quite understand what a high-level strategy and framework, that sounds like a very significant initiative along the same levels of a climate action strategy or housing action plan or a forest canopy management strategy. This is what strategy means to me. So high-level strategy and framework. I get very concerned that we're going to see a big initiative get started within the bureaucracy at a direction of council, because that's what the motion says to do. So I think it's easier to remove it. I think in its entirety, not just keep the first part of it. So I think, and I would have a subsequent amendment for number 3. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kunst.
So I kind of hate to say this, but this is why there is no second stage housing for women and children fleeing violence. When we met with Maureen, and she was very frustrated. Yeah, she told us the stories, but we weren't there necessarily to hear the stories because we all know about those stories. It was the frustration with the politics and with the different levels of government that she couldn't convince that, of all the communities in Langley or in BC, we were the only ones that don't have this in place. So, we can get down into the weeds and into the details, and I understand there's a couple ways that, we could, look at this and do something, but I think she wants more than a letter. I think she wants a council and she wants some people that are going to actually put some teeth into this. So that's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. The amendment is to remove paragraph number 4 and 2. Motion carries. Councillor Kunst, Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson opposed, so the amendment carries. So now we're back to the main motion as amended, which is removed number 4. So I think we've had good discussion. Call the question. Oh, sorry, another amendment. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Woodward, and find your mic here. Hang on. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. So,
hang on.
oh,
There you go. You're back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, items number 1 and number 2, prepare some pro forma analyses, some timelines and cost estimates. I'm not sure how you would do that without a prescription for the location and the cost of that, the development costs associated with that, and the number of units that we place there based upon its location and community plan designations. I have no idea how number 2 would be prepared, but I won't make an issue of it. Hopefully staff can make the best of it. Number 3, however, the Affordable Housing Fund is for the prescription of affordable housing. I believe that if we're going to be proceeding down the path of working on second stage housing as an important need in the community, partially funded by senior levels of government, that is separate from trying to prescribe a specific reserve fund for that purpose. So, and I think that that's not appropriate to direct staff to lay out plans to use that reserve fund when I've interpreted it to have a different purpose. Now, there's a perception going on that somehow this is preventing second stage housing. I've only been on council 4 years, we have 0 units. So Councillor Kunst, again, same 4 years. So it's not really about delaying, this is why it's delayed. This is, to me, not the process to actually deliver the project in regards to how things are navigated, developed, procured, and funded and built. And so I shared Ms. Berlin's frustration at the delays around the provision of this, and I think you're going to see a lot of activity in the next council to address it. Number 3, so I would like to see an implementation assessment, and again, I might need clarification on what from previous council motions means, but consider the use of available and prospective reserve funds and remove the prescription of a specific reserve fund that has a prescribed purpose. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make that amendment, but I would like some clarification on which previous council motions are being referred to.
Mr. Backen, do you have any comment on that?
Your worship, we'd have to go back and look at motions related to this. So.
Okay, thanks.
So how would we then vote on this number 3? How would we approve an implementation assessment of previous council motions when we're not sure which motions are now being assessed?
I think that if there are any motions, then that would be part of the staff work to bring those.
But I don't recall second stage housing motions. That's my concern.
Yeah. And if there are none, then there would be none to refer to. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Worship. And I also note that the subsequent sentence also makes reference to meet the affordable housing community need continuum, which again, from my hearing, is maybe considered different from the actual Ishtar Housing Initiative. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I would make an amendment to remove from previous council motions and end it at consider the use of available and prospective reserve funds.
Okay. Is there a seconder to that? Councilor Whitmar seconds that amendment.
I don't need to speak to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can call a question on the amendment. And if I remind everybody, there's cake out there. The longer we talk. Okay, so I know. All right, maybe now you'll pick up the pace. Oh, sorry. Do you vote in favor? Or
No, I'm opposed.
Okay, I'm calling the question. I pushed. Yeah, if you just vote again. We got all night. Councilor Arneson, I call the question again. I know, but I had to call. There we go. Okay, the amendment carries. Councilor Long, Councilor Arneson opposed. So now back to the main motion as amended. Can I call the question on that? I got Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, I just want to prefer before we call the question, Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if I could get item 3 read back so that we can confirm that it's correct with the intent.
Madam Clerk.
Sorry for the delay. We were just working out the English. What we have is an implementation assessment to consider the use of available and prospective affordable housing reserve funds.
No. So the point was to make it just reserve funds
Just
and
reserve
not mention a specific reserve, so we could have that read back again, perhaps?
So we'll take out the affordable housing?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That was the intent of
Yeah,
the
that was,
amendment.
And then the rest of the motion would stay?
No, so it would be an implementation assessment which considers the use of available and prospective reserve funds, period, full stop.
Perfect.
Is that clear, Mr. Mayor? Is
Yep.
that okay?
That
All
was,
right.
yeah, that's
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted, can I speak to it one more
Sure.
time, or
To
to the main motion, very quick?
Okay, real quick.
Yeah, I appreciate council's willingness to look at the amendments, work together to collaborate, as they say, to make it a little bit better and see that it's sort of reduced in scope, but also hopefully very useful to the next council. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Yeah, still lots of work to be done. All right, I'm going to call the question on N2 as amended. It's
amended?
As amended.
So
N2 as amended. Carries. Councilor Richter opposed. Okay, so that takes us over to other business. Now remember, there's cake out there. Councilor Richter. Just give me a second.
Motion on ACUCC access policy.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councilor Woodward seconds.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
I'd like to address this because it seems to me that there's a problem of some sort in the policy or the system, because every year since that pool's been open, the Aldergrove residents are not happy with the access that they have to the pool. And given that the pool is in their community, we should be doing something to fix that access. So this essentially is asking staff to devise or revise the policy to give priority access to Aldergrove residents first, so that they can get in and use the pool that's in their community that replaced the old pool that was in their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Well, I don't think we're in touch at all with the community with those kinds of statements, because there's a demand for swimming and aquatic activities throughout the township. In fact, I think there was a lineup at Walnut Grove Pool not too long ago. So I don't know who the council is listening to. I have some ideas, but I mean, really, this motion isn't going to fix any of that. And this pool was funded by all township residents. And quite frankly, there was $10 million from the federal government, which means every person in Canada has an opportunity to use that facility because they put money into it. I don't know if the council realizes the situation that the township's in terms of staffing. So you can't have the 1,200 people that you would have liked to have in that facility, which I believe it might hold, because you don't have the staff to do it. So making a motion like this isn't going to solve that one. A better solution there would be to support staff in their efforts to do the very best they can. There already is a 10-day special booking arrangement online. It's a little awkward, but you do have to book online because the facility is so popular, and they all are, by the way, all the facilities in the township. That is more beneficial to township residents, and outside of the township, they have a 7-day window. So there's 3 days in there that help to make sure that the township residents have access to the pool. I think we've been down this road before. I think I've heard many times over many years that we need to have some kind of a policeman at the door to make sure you're an Aldergrove person or you're a Langley person. So if you have guests over from visiting with your kids, what are you going to do? Say, well, we're going swimming, but you can't go. So, let's just leave it alone, and really, let's trust the staff to do the very best they can in a very challenging market right now. With COVID, we lost a lot of staff, and our recreation centers have suffered immensely from it. It's coming back, and I think staff have got a good handle on it. There already is many drop-in opportunities, maybe not as many as we'd like, but there are drop-in opportunities for anybody that wants to swim in the Aldergrove pool. So, mucky, that's my favorite term, because we're dealing in areas that we don't belong. Staff look after the facilities, and we should be supporting our staff. So let's not support this motion.
Thank you.
Or the others.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, we have discussed this, not just with the Aldergrove aquatic facility, but also with Walnut Grove. We've had discussions around other facilities. I just don't think that this kind of policy works. I think it's incredibly difficult on our staff to try and determine who lives where. You get children coming and they have to show ID. That they're an Aldergrove resident, and then they get in a special line. And I just don't think it makes sense. I think we want to work hard to allow as many people as possible use the facility, support our staff, as Councillor Long suggested. I don't think this is a good solution to it, and so I won't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I always like to remind everybody, as a facility user, I know that there's many on this council and the audience. I too believe that we have great pools and great facilities in Langley. And this is an opportunity to look at a better way of introducing our residents to the pools. Maybe it's not the do-all, end-all. It might not be the right exact thing, but perhaps staff can come back with something that can help those residents who want to teach their kids how to swim. And my parents always said, it's the best thing for you to do as a young person is to learn how to swim. And I think that's true even today. You never want to hear of anybody drowning or they can't swim because of one reason or another. So many of the residents have phoned our staff and counselors and said, We want our kids to learn how to swim. We can't get times during the day or certain times to learn how to swim. That's a main priority. And that means maybe it may not only be just township residents, it might be residents from all over, but the pool teaching times need to be addressed. And I think other things as well, but maybe the staff can prioritize that type of thing. Now, once I said that as well, I think it's important to address the staffing issue. I have said, and I've worked with other counselors, one in Richmond, that are introducing a program to help teach kids how to be lifeguards. I think the program's about $1,500, and working with something like the school district and other organizations to provide some of the supplementary funds, and I'm not saying that's part of this motion, but so we can get more staff, because lifeguards are cyclical. They become lifeguards and they come and they do something else. So it's cyclical. We got to teach a new group of lifeguards to come forward and recreation staff. So those are other things that we discussed. It's in the works. I've discussed it with senior staff. I want to get more out of Richmond and other communities as well as what they're doing, but staffing is important as well. So I believe this is a first step. It's not perfect, Councillor Richter. It's not perfect, but it's a step forward. So I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, so I think I've been asking about this just as a concept for a while, so I appreciate the motion. The interesting thing about this facility is it's slightly unique in the township, is that it's designed to be a regional draw. Regional, depending on how you define it, maybe from some proximity outside the township to draw residents to Aldergrove. It's designed to do that, and it's doing that. And so a larger percentage of people outside the township are using the facility in some of these peak periods than township residents. That's the data. So I don't know how we're out of touch to be concerned about providing some guaranteed access for Aldergrove residents to the Aldergrove pool. And we can include township residents in that as well. Maybe live within a close proximity and maybe want to use it on a more regular basis to the other facilities that are closer to them. So I like the idea. I've always liked the idea, but I've always been sympathetic to the challenges to execute it. But I've also kind of not understood why it's so challenging. And I think I would like to maybe, if it's friendly, amend the motion to potentially explain why it can't be done. And say sort of like revise the policy or explain why it can't be done. And because I would like to see some of that, why it can't be done. When I think of the Aldergrove pool and some of these reservation challenges, I think of a restaurant where maybe the restaurateur guarantees reservations for 50% of the room and the other half is walk-ins. Never understood maybe why it couldn't be that simple, where you have some percentage of the pool time set aside, and if it's not reserved, then it's made available to others.
That's what's happening now.
Yeah, but more, because
Okay.
anyway, yeah, I don't know why I engaged with you, Councillor Ron. Okay, so that is something that I think.
Point of order, because it's not true what he's saying.
It's okay. Councillor Woodward, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I think that this motion is on the right track in trying to provide and deal with a problem that exists at this facility. And so I would like to see either a revision of the policy to move forward with it or an explanation of why it can't be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to do this, and I would love to support it, except the challenges of the staff having to, single out or, how that would be done. I can't, imagine in my mind, how that would go. And, we live, down the street from the city of Langley, the really great outdoor pool. And I was always grateful that the city made it available for my children to learn how to swim. So I guess I understand why Councillor Richter put this forward, and I would like to support it, but I just, the challenges of our staff having to navigate all the kids who are there from Aldergrove would be a bit of a challenge for me, so I can't accept, or I can't support it. So.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Thank you. I actually, this is usually Councillor Ferguson's line. Just give you a little history, but no, I won't say that. I'm teasing you, Steve. But we had, when we were voting on this pool, the word destination, and Councillor Woodward's noted to it, but one of the draws was this was going to be a destination site. And no fault of its own, it's very popular. And every time I go by it, I see people lined up there. And you know what I think? When I was a kid in Milner Park and the softball organizations came in and I couldn't play baseball there. And it bothered me. So I think that's where the part of the motion is going. We got to get it right. We've had a couple times. It's got to go to staff. We've got to keep working on it. We'll get it right. But I just think that like the destination part maybe pays some bills. So, but like I say, it bugs me when I see the big line up there and I'm thinking, well, man, it's maybe we didn't build it big enough. But no, we're going to manage it. So I'm going to support this. I don't see why we shouldn't go back and see if we can get it right. Well, no, I'm not saying it's wrong, but hey, we need to maybe massage it some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. I think if we massage it anymore, it's going to be like Kobe beef. I recall quite distinctly for a number of years hearing this same conversation. So prior to supporting this motion that really is asking staff to devise a strategy that everybody wants, I think it's clear we'd like to prioritize the residents of Aldergrove. The challenge is, and I think we're all familiar what the challenges are, there's a reciprocity idea. Sorry, I can't speak. There's this idea that if we start doing this, what happens in other communities when we want to go there? Are we going to be, second-class citizens because they're prioritizing their residents? There's all sorts of ideas and things that are challenging to this. So prior to endorsing anything like this, I think we should go back and find out, A, what council has already received by way of information from staff to say why it's difficult. We're not talking in a vacuum here. We've heard plenty about why it's difficult because this has been ongoing for a while. And so with COVID, this is another feature of why I think we need to look at it now with fresh eyes. That's fine. But let's look at the baseline. If we have, for whatever reason, and there were valid reasons, created a regional draw, maybe it's time to consider what does that look like if you're trying to prioritize. Now, one thing Councillor Ferguson said that I agreed with was actually swimming lessons. That's public safety, and that's really important. So I would prioritize that for local residents. But the rest of it is, we talked about so many things. Raising the price, let's discourage other people from coming here. If it's underpriced, we should consider that and say maybe we need a more favorable price for local residents because they pay taxes and maybe others then have to pay a premium. These have already been discussed before. I don't think this is new ground in particular. I'd be happy to see the staff reports again that indicate why it is difficult, and I don't think it's particularly helpful to look at off-the-cuff ways of doing it. If there's a problem, we need to remedy it. If it's a chronic problem, yes, we should do something, but I think we need to be informed as to what we've already determined and analyzed.
Thank you. All right, we've done the first-time speakers. I'm just going to make my comments. I can't support this. I know when the pool was developed and built, council went through years and years and years of discussion. And as I recall, the money that was spent was township money. And I've got grandchildren who maybe live in Aldergrove. They got Aldergrove phone number and Langley postal code. They're in the Edge area. I've got grandchildren live in Fort Langley and grandchildren live in Murrayville. And to me, this was township tax dollars, my tax dollars. And also, as been mentioned earlier, worked very hard with the federal government and were able to get a $10 million grant. And when we brought in that extra money, I saw that as something that, it did pay the way for some folks that don't reside in Langley. I can't see this. I would never support something that just said Aldergrove get first shot. I think Aldergrove are Township of Langley taxpayers. So was somebody from Willowbrook or Fort Langley. We are a community of communities, and we've always said that. I don't want to put walls up between the communities. This is a township facility, and it was designed to be unique because we didn't want to cookie cutter everything else in the township, to give our residents the ability to go to a 50-meter pool in Walnut Grove, or the ability to go to WC Blair, which has the wave pool, or to go to an outdoor experience. Now we're going to start putting walls around them, and I cannot support that at all. So I hear where Councillor Richter is going, and there's been concerns, but I believe this is a township facility paid for by Canadian tax dollars and township tax dollars. So with that, I think we only have one more speaker. I'm going to go to Councillor Woodward for the second time.
Yeah, I just want to add one little more justification to it that, you know, I appreciate that summary. I've heard that summary multiple times, and I understand it and I respect it, but I just disagree with it. I think, you know, one post we saw recently, no public swim on Sundays. And I think that one resonated with me. So, you know, it's those kinds of small details that matter to me. And I think this policy is trying to head in the right direction, and I support it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Real quickly.
Oh, real quick.
Yeah.
There's cake.
There's no public swim on Sunday at Blair because there's no staff. So they had to shut it down. And there's no public swim because they didn't have, well, that's the information I got straight from the director this morning. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call a vote on P1. The motion fails. Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Kuntz, Mayor Froese, Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson opposed. Councillor Richter, you've got.
Yeah, so I'll put that, move that motion on Rogers.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Kuntz, did you want to speak first, Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I do. And, you know, our staff provides some pretty important essential services in this community. Fire, police, engineering. Like, there's some really important services that are provided. And we rely on them being able to be in contact with each other and with the public. And when our provider, Rogers, goes down, which it's done twice now in 2 consecutive years, what happens to our service levels? I think we can't risk dealing with that provider anymore, and we should be looking at another provider that will make sure that we have phone service for our staff 365 days a year. So that's what this motion is all about. I'd just like staff to see what if we could get a better deal and a more reliable deal with another provider.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on P2. Carries with Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis opposed. Okay, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, I'll move the motion.
Okay, thank you. So before I look for a seconder, I did discuss this at length with our CEO and staff. And based on the fact that work has been done and monies have been spent, generally those motions are ruled out of order. So I have no choice but to rule this motion out of order. There has been, Mr. Backen can help me out, we've had this discussion. So there has been action taken, money spent, and so based on that, this motion basically upends that. But Mr. Backen, if you could.
That's correct, Your Worship. I guess to your original question, which was what's been taking place on the site, given previous council direction, on the site, then much work has been done, but particularly in regards to the next steps. Design drawings have been prepared as to one portion of the site, and as well we've proceeded then to go through a procurement process which closed on Friday. So we have a procurement that's ready to go, subject to council's direction, to start implementing such things as some of the utilities that are going to be needed on portions of the site. So that's the status of the matter at this time, depending upon council's dissolution of this.
Okay, thank you. I know there's no debate, but Councillor Arneson, certainly you have a question. Happy to take it.
Yes, thank you, Worship. So this is not a surprise to me, having had some advance notice that this could be challenged by the chair. I don't have a problem with that because obviously administrative issues that take precedence over public policy issues, if something is going on that is going to marginalize or undermine the township's position in something, I just wanted to put out in the public record that this is something that came from the Tree Protection Advisory Committee that came through a staff report, and it was put to our council that in fact this is something that required political direction. So following up on that was my determination, without any other knowledge or anybody intervening in any way, that I put this forward in good faith. So I just want to put it out there to say, I think it's an important issue, but obviously if this is a constraint and it's something that cannot be done because we have more or less positioned ourselves into something that would make this untenable, then I'll have to live with that. And the community will have to live with that. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I know we talked about it. All right. And just to the clerk, I think the numbering, maybe when you do the minutes, you got 1, 2, 3, 5. So we'll correct that, I'm sure, in the minutes. Now we're going to go over to Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson.
I'll simply move the motion.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Richter seconds. Councillor Ferguson, do you wish to speak?
I just wanted to point out it's recommend, not implement, recommend the cost of housing and the need for something like a task force. It's an idea. It's recommending basically an idea of how we can look at housing and housing challenges. And as we all know, there's been a number of challenges. So I just leave it at there. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Long.
Well, yeah, this is one, and I guess the wording does say it's being referred to the next council, but I'd much rather be clearer that this would be referred. Is it referred or deferred?
Well, whereas therefore
I need some help on that. I mean, it
is a recommendation to the next council, yes, and it's just a recommendation, so council.
They can take it or leave it.
That's right.
Yeah, because I already know the answer to number 1. Most of us sitting here are the answer to that. But anyway,
all right, thanks. Yeah, Councillor Arneson.
Oh, thank you, Worship. Yes, reading this, it resonates with those of us who want to have the appropriate amount or as much as we can of affordable housing. I would just like to point out that the Township of Langley in staff reports is replete with information as to what we can do about affordable housing. So I think we have a housing action plan, a housing needs assessment, we've got a social sustainability plan. So I'm not sure what this could really add to it. And I think for me, one of the most compelling things, if this is going to be put forward to the next council, I would prefer to wait to hear Minister and then maybe Premier Eby has to say about what local governments have to provide by way of policy for affordable housing. So I think this is premature in that sense, because if there's some doctrine or edict that comes down from the province, they being our parents, as we say, we're the offspring of the province, then I would say that it would be redundant for us to start working on things without having the requisite information about what it is that the province is intending, because it has been made public that they do intend to do something to work with local governments to help to provide more affordable housing.
Great, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
No, it's important to note, and I appreciate those comments. And we do have a lot of things. And the part, number 3, is, number 1, I can't predict who the next premier or prime minister is going to be. There's a lot of speculation about that. And I talked about lands. And we have 1,100 acres of land owned by not the province or us, but the federal government. And I think there's an opportunity there for us to sit down with the federal government and say, what can they do to help? And I think if we look at land strategies, because they're not making any more land nowadays, and if you talk to anybody in that business, the way we're going to help or get through some of these challenges with housing and housing costs and subsidized housing and affordable housing is to work with people that own the land And that way, we can find some strategy. And that's why I didn't want to include things that we've already done, but to look at new ideas and new strategies, because basically what's working out there is a challenge right now. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I will now call the question to P. Should I name this P4? Okay, P4. Carries. Council Long, Council Arneson opposed. All right, so it's all lighting up. So we're going to other business. There's on the agenda is the mayor and council term review, but we're going to do the other business first, and so that the last thing, yeah, cake. There is cake. Okay, we're going to do the other business first, and then go down to mayor and council term review once other business has been done. So I'll start with Councillor Richter.
Yes, I would like to move a referral of the C2 and C3 delegations to staff.
Okay, is there a seconder? Okay, and I'll just call the question. Show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay.
And I also have some items from the July 21st distribution list. Number 5 on page 60 concerning overnight parking signs. Number 6 on page 61. I had a question on this one. Is reallocation of the grant monies allowed under the terms of the grant? Because that report is basically saying we're going to put money that was supposed to go to one provider, we're going to put it into bylaws, I believe.
Backen.
Your worship, we may wish to keep going while we look up the
Okay.
distribution list.
Number 14 on page 78, overgrown vegetation. So if that staff could look into that. Number 15 on page 82, a request for a bike or a multimodal lane on 224th Street. And number 22 on page 109, I was wondering if staff can follow up on that hot water issue. It sounds more like a tenant problem, but maybe staff could check it out or help check it out.
Okay, thank you.
Your worship, into the previous one, the answer is yes, because of the scope and the way things were defined. We have the latitude to make some of those as long as we can establish that's within the previously set out parameters.
Okay, so does that mean we're going to have to refund the 400,000?
No, it's because it's within the previously established parameters from the overall scope of what was in place that it's consistent, so therefore we're able to actually just really reallocate the funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, so after my last notice of motion about self-service in like Brookswood, Fernridge, and Aldergrove, I heard from the Willoughby area that it isn't well served there either. So I was hoping that you could include Willoughby in that report or in that notice of motion if it could be amended.
Mr. Backen, is that something?
Yeah, township-wide.
Mr. Backen, can you take that as direction, or do you require a motion? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I just want to follow up a bit on the Horn Pit ruling. I was looking forward to actually discussing that motion, trying to get some consensus around the status of it. So I just want to clarify if we can get something maybe in writing to what we can say publicly and cannot, because from what I heard Mr. Backen say, I want to confirm that you just announced publicly that, not announced, but mentioned publicly that there is a concept underway or that there are utilities being put in. So maybe we can get that in writing so we can clarify exactly what the line is in regards to discussing Horn Pit.
Yep.
Is that fine?
That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
great. Thanks.
We could have that within, a couple of weeks, Mr. Backen, that'd be fine? Okay, thank you.
Great. Councillor Davis.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Councillor Richter put the delegations.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right. Well, that ends the other business, and now we'll go to the other business, and that is an opportunity for members of council to say a few words, as this is our last regular scheduled meeting. So my plan was I'll start at the bookends and move in. So start with Councillor Davis, and I'll go to Councillor Ferguson. I'll go to, if that makes sense, we have to have some way of doing this. So Councillor Davis, you're still on. I'm going to start with you if you wish to say a few words as the last meeting.
this is always kind of, I was told the other day, keep it under 20 seconds, but I maybe got a little over that. I've written it down so I don't get a little off. I would like to thank the residents of the Township of Langley for putting up with me for the last 4 years, last term. It has been a privilege to sit here in this chair making decisions on your behalf. Sometimes we agree on issues and other times we don't, and I do appreciate your emails, comments, and feedback. This is your community. I would also like to thank staff for all their hard work keeping mayor and council informed and on task, as well as all the employees of the Township of Langley. You are the reason our community runs so smoothly. And thank you to our first responders for keeping us safe. You are running in when we're all running out. I just want to take a moment to thank Mayor Jack Froese for stepping up and being our mayor. It was fortunate. I was fortunate to serve with Mayor Froese for all 3 of his terms. And it took 3 terms to drive him crazy. Mayor Froese brought just about 20 years of police experience that served him well with the sometimes cantankerous council, and me included, that we saw some tonight. The first time I met Jack was in 2011. It was at the Fire Hall 6, and we had all been assembled as a candidates meeting. And when I went in, there's a big long table, and I had to walk all the way to the end. And I sat down, and Jack and I were the only 2 at the table at the end. And I thought, well, it was kind of like we were afterthoughts. But as my story goes on, they gave us some questions, and I had it all on a piece of paper, one piece. And I'm sitting there, and after Councillor Long took 5 minutes, and they had to ring the bell on him, and Councillor Ferguson took 5 minutes to answer the extra question, and I glanced over to Jack and said, geez, my answers are like 10 seconds or 1 sentence. And he looked and said, don't worry about it, Davis. People can see through the bullshit. And I used your 2 example because you got broad shoulders. It was a compliment. So, and I've always thought that, I'll never forget that, be true to yourself. And people can see through the BS. One of my most pleasurable times on council is when we all sit down for supper in between meetings. We go to the back there, and generally our egos are put aside, and we visit and share stories. And Jack, I'd always enjoy listening to his stories of his early days, turkey farming, and family growing, his humor, and that bag of holy crap oatmeal he gave me the first term. Anyhow, Jack, I wish you well in the next chapter of your life, and it has been an honor and a real pleasure to sit here with you. And I only have one regret, was you didn't need to buy us all new chairs.
There you go.
When he got in, he bought us all new chairs. Anyhow, good on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Ferguson.
Well, I think Councillor Davis has covered it all already. I can go home now, David.
Yeah.
I think that we're all going to say something today, about the term, and we're also going to comment about what we've done or not done and other things. First and foremost, I do want to thank the public for supporting me and as a member of the council, and I do want to thank them for their input, because I think public input and transparency is extremely important. I also have a strong belief, and I learned that from my very first mayor, Mayor Beals, that I worked with, and he said, you know, this community works best when the staff, that's the union staff, the hard work they do, the exempt staff, the senior staff, work with the public and council. That's when this council and other councils get things done. That's the best way, when all three units are working together. And I've always tried to focus on that and represent that. I think as we look at this term, myself, the 4 years on this term, I think I've had a very, very good term. I've been very, very happy with many of the things we've done. We haven't completed many of the things we'd wanted to, perhaps four-laning of 208 and some other areas. We have been caught up by COVID, and we've learned new things, and that has slowed us down. We haven't been able to proceed with the neighborhood plans from Brookswood. That was maybe could have been done 2 years ago, slowed down significant by COVID, and as many things were. This whole term was changed by the COVID, and many of us know. So I think it's important to note that as I looked at this 4-year term, I had the opportunity to work with staff on planning things. I've had the opportunity to revise and working with other council members, so the seniors committee, where we're able to do many things that they haven't been able to do in the past, and including a seniors, I guess some sort of a task force and other things that we worked for seniors issues, which are important. And it's important for all residents from cradle to grave, how we handle things. And I've been excited about some of the things we've seen at the Langley Event Center and other sporting initiatives, from basketball to volleyball to gymnastics to soccer to hockey, and the list goes on, because I think we're a vibrant community of recreation. I guess I have to show a bit of a bias, being a coach and a player over the years, and somebody who has always liked participation of all sorts. And there's other things we deem as important as well, as libraries and walking in casual parks, regional parks, and things like that. So not everybody is into competitive sports. I think I also had the property working with Metro Vancouver, involved with liquid waste. Everybody says sewer isn't sexy, but I believe it is as well. I've also had the opportunity to go on conferences with Metro Vancouver and learn about the way we treat water, the way we treat sewer, and also the way we can look at new initiatives in those forums. Also had the opportunity of serving on Indigenous relations, and I know, Mr. Mayor, you were able to acknowledge the territories we're on, and certainly myself and others really appreciate that. And I had the very distinct honor of being put on a treaty table by Metro Vancouver, and that was something very interesting. And that's why I was on a little bit late today, because I came off a treaty table meeting. And anyone that wants to now know how to interpret the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the provincial rights of Indigenous people, certainly I'm one now. I'm learning as much as I can about that, because that's going to be something for the future. Just know that will be the future, our working. And now the Pope has now given an apology to Indigenous nations, which is again another huge step. So that's been good with me. Now, going back to the giant killer, Mayor Jack Froese, I never thought you were going to win there. Going back 11 years ago, where you were against a former mayor and a former councillor, you came up and you proved yourself. Jack, all I can say is I used to sit beside you there, and the odd time you got me to move a motion, but you ran the show. You made very few mistakes. I'm not saying you're perfect, but you didn't need much help from me. And you certainly have been a good mayor, and you've always been respectful of people, and you've always given people the ability to speak, and didn't shut very many of us down, even though sometimes we went past their 5 minutes, as I probably did. I've known there's a guy that came in from the turkey business as a farmer. I know you from there, from the Chamber of Commerce, Otter Co-op. I served board 9 years. I knew you from there. And I know you're a motorcycle rider. You had that victory. And you're a philanthropist, you and your family, and you've been involved in a number of things. I know that we can't forget, and we won't ever forget, the fact that there was the mayor's wives' tea. We enjoy those all the time. I know my wife's here today, and she enjoyed coming with our kids. I know you and I have talked about cars and trucks and trailers and everything else. So I'm going to wish you well. It's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Steve. All right, Councillor Woodward.
Well, that is a hard act to follow. Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the council term in review, it's not hard for me to say that serving on council has been one of the most rewarding privileges of my, so far, hopefully longer life. And I valued it very much. And I think it was deeply rewarding, and I was honored to be chosen by the public to have a chance to do so. And there's been lots done this term. I think back to the very beginning of the supportive housing public hearing, where members of the community had deep concerns about it that were reasonable and valid, but it was a 9-0 decision to move forward with supportive housing, all the way to today, from a global pandemic to closing the Alder Inn, to all kinds of things that got done. Also, lots not done. I think the work continues by the next council and the next council after that and the next council after that. And it's been a privilege to have had the chance to at least serve on one council. I remember when I was sitting in the audience, and my fondest memory of Jack Froese is when he told a group of residents, a small group, that Coulterbury was the easiest decision you ever made. At least at that time. Yeah. So some harder decisions came after, or some easier ones perhaps, but that's what leadership looks like, and that's what leadership sounds like. And sometimes I've experienced it now, where hard decisions, and someone's going to be disappointed and someone's not, and you have to do, and I've tried to do what I thought was right. And I still think that everyone here at the table is doing that, even if we disagree. And I wish everyone here the best for the future, whatever the future holds. I've enjoyed the 4 years, and I enjoy council meetings even when we disagree and decisions get made, even if I don't agree with them. That's the process, and it's a process I respect, and it's a process I value. And, I really, learned quite a bit. I learned how complicated local government actually is, and it looks pretty simple to some from the outside, but it's not. I've learned how much more I need to learn about the Township of Langley. You think you know a lot, but I realize how much more there is to learn about the Township of Langley and the people that live here and the people that want to come live here. I grew up here, so again, it's been a great privilege to have been a part of trying to make it better. I've also learned how hard it can be to make change. There's a famous quote from Woodrow Wilson: if you want to make enemies, try to change something. And I think that that's a healthy, great process as well. Sometimes change is good, and sometimes change is not necessary. And I think it's hard to know which is which. And I think, again, realized how hard it can be to make change that I want to see. And that's the process. And again, value it and respect it. So I want to thank everyone here that works at the Township of Langley, from management down to middle management, all the way to landscapers, to mechanics, to lifeguards that make the township operate, and having learned so much about all the work that goes into making the township the great place to live, and hopefully have a chance in the future to make it even better. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Eric. Move on to Councillor Richter.
Thank you. And like Councillor Davis, I want to start by thanking all the residents and the taxpayers who have given me the privilege of serving you, and I'm very honored to have that privilege. I also want to thank the staff because they're the ones that keep this organization running every single day of the year for our residents. And last but not least, I want to thank you, Mayor Jack. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with you in this last term. I think you've modeled how a mayor should be and how they should work with their council in reaching decisions. And I can only hope that all the future mayors in the township will aspire to follow your standards. So I wish you all the very best going forward, Jack, and as David has said, in this next chapter of your life.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kim. All right, Councilor Arneson.
Oh, goodness. Still scribbling notes. That's what happened when you're sort of trying to be extemporaneous and also put down some concrete thoughts. So I want to start with a quote. It was the best of times and the worst of times. Those of you might know that was Dickens talking about his age. Well, actually, some things haven't changed that much. So I would say, casting back on the last 4 years, in my worldview, we got off to a wonderful start in the sense that everything was glowing. There were no problems on the horizon. Everything was possible when we looked at what could be done in the township of Langley, only to fast forward into 2 years of COVID restrictions, business challenges, employment challenges, challenges on every level that we had to accommodate and rise to. And an appreciation for everybody that came together in our community, our healthcare providers, everybody that was on frontline service. It was an extraordinary time. I can only say this with a smile on my face because, in fact, hopefully, we're rounding the corner on that. You know, I still see people with masks, and I understand that. But the freedom to be able to go, you don't really know what you've enjoyed until it's been taken away from you. So I would say COVID taught us all that. I hate to be doom and gloom, but climate change is something that I've tried to focus on, and I thank my colleagues for their support and their help in trying to put this front and center in our decision-making and our policies in the Township of Langley. I certainly think we're critically aware of all of the things that have been going on, atmospheric rivers, heat domes, and wildfires. You know, these are things that stress our community and make it a challenge to try and do just business as usual. So I really do appreciate the fact that so many go above and beyond just to make it part of normalizing our lives so we can get through. To me, this is really what a community is all about, is people coming together and doing the right thing to help and support each other. I want to echo in some ways what Councillor Ferguson has said about the different committee work and things that we've been involved in. So we're independent, but we're integrated. So all of our different advisory committees have been extraordinarily active and involved in trying to promote many of the different aspects that make the Township of Langley a wonderful place to be. When they talk about live, work, and play, I love the fact that that includes all our age groups, from young children. So on either ends, we're bookended by having a population that is largely young, then there's sort of the middle group, and I'm in the older group of the seniors in our community. Some people don't like to be called seniors, apparently, but I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a wonderful opportunity that we have in creating these policies in the township that help people to live actively and to feel included. And those are really important policy decisions that we make in the township. We make investments, and our staff, I couldn't say enough about how exemplary they are in putting our programs together and making sure that everything that we do is according to regulation. Thank you to the legislative staff in particular. Make sure we don't go off the rails. But all our senior management in particular has been so helpful in guiding us. The one thing I would say about our interesting collective as being part of this body is, despite all our warts and wrinkles, that we are in fact democratic in the very best sense. We all sit here because we represent some interest in the Township of Langley. So even when we don't agree with each other, I remind myself that all of my colleagues and all of my fellow council mates have a representation that they bring to the table, and it forces me to grow as a person, to expand my own horizon, despite my rather entrenched opinions from time to time, and look at it from somebody else's point of view. So I do appreciate that. So going forward, I'll just say shamelessly, I'm running for office again, but I won't talk about that anymore. I just think it's really important and valuable at this time to pay kudos to our mayor. I've had the privilege of working with Mayor Froese, and I did see him at his outset. So it's like watching a boat being launched. And so you look at it, and you know, there may have been some misgivings about would it sink or not, but in fact, it's been a model of stability. It's been a model of a good-natured individual who does their very best on all occasions to accommodate the eccentricities and challenges of this group of individuals that sit here today. So thank you very much for that. And I personally wish you all the best in your retirement. I've seen your smile grow. And, you know, say, are you marking the days off on the calendar? So I know it's something you're very much looking forward to. And I wish you all the best in the future. And all of my council colleagues, as we go into this period of summer hiatus, I hope that you all have a wonderful holiday and relax and have some recreation, and that we'll see each other again in some form or other. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you very much, Patrina. I'll go to Councillor Whitmarsh.
Well, thank you. I truly believe that the community of Langley is a wonderful place to live, and just to raise a family, to spend time with friends, to work, to play. Langley's a tremendous place, and the longer that I have been on council, the 8 years that I've had, has convinced me of it more, not less. I'm convinced more that Langley is just a tremendous place. It's really a jewel of this area of British Columbia. But I do want to, certainly thank, and I think the reason for it is the people that live in this community. The people that live here are committed to this community. They're committed to their neighbors and to each other. I don't think there's a community that has more volunteerism anywhere than the community of the Township of Langley. I'm always amazed when we go to either to events or different kinds of functions, the number of people that are volunteering simply to make this community better. It is a real testament to who we are as citizens of Langley, and of course we're continuing to grow. But I really want to thank everyone in this community for what they do for the community, and whether that's in volunteering or your neighborhood or sports, recreation, arts, whatever you're doing that make this community better. And I want to thank those people that have supported me during the 4-year term. And also those that have called me to let me know they don't really support me and they have lots of other ideas for me. I appreciate those. I have lots of phone calls from lots of different people, and iron sharpens iron. And hearing from people in the community of things that they think that you should do is helpful. I haven't always done it, but I do appreciate everyone reaching out and contacting through that time. So I really do want to thank everyone that's here, certainly in the room, but also everyone that's watching and every member of our community for their contributions. I want to thank the staff. When I first was elected, and came in here, I was just amazed at the staff. I just felt I felt overwhelmed by how good the staff was and how competent. And we have a tremendous staff, and I know there's only a small representative of them here in this room, but we have an amazing staff who are dedicated to this community, who are professionals in what they do, and it ranges from all levels of staff. I think we're close to 1,400 staff in the Township of Langley, and every one of them works hard to try and do their best for this community. And I can't venture to say I know all of them, and I only know a very small portion of them, but the ones that I've worked with, and particularly here in the Township building, just amazing. And without our staff, this council could really do nothing. It's amazing, the staff, and I really appreciate it. And so many times I've reached out to staff with questions, things that I need help with along the way. And included in that, is certainly our first responders. And, we have had a obviously very serious situation today that, really proud of our first responders for that situation. RCMP, Protective Services, and our fire department and other people that are involved. That's also part of our staff in the Township of Langley. I do want to thank the fellow councilors. And it's, as Councillor Arneson said, everyone gets elected for a reason. They have a group of people that support them, and they want them here at the table. They want them to speak up. They want to represent their views. And this, I've really appreciated working with all the members of council. It's not always easy. I'm not going to suggest that we all go in the back room and sing Kumbaya. There are challenging conversations. There are challenging discussions that happen. There are also really great times. And, you know, I think the meal times for me is also one of my special times, and being able to sit and discuss things in a less than a meeting format has been really helpful. But I really value each member of our council. I wish you all the best in whatever you're doing, and in the summer months. But thank you for your input into my life, into helping me be a better person with your efforts on this council table. And Jack, Mayor Jack, you've been the mayor since I've been here, and you have shown tremendous leadership. I think you run a great meeting. We had some examples today. I thought it was good that we had some of those examples today, just to show everyone how good you are at running a meeting. It's not easy to run a meeting and to be able to get everyone's perspectives out on the table, so I really appreciate that. Over the years, you've shown great leadership, really strong, stable leadership for our community, and I'm proud to call you a friend and appreciate the input that you've given into my life. And I know you got great things planned moving ahead, but thank you so much for your leadership and the things that you've done here. So thanks again to everyone, and hope you all have a great summer and get some rest and good times with your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. And Councillor Long.
I'm speechless. Well, you know, there's been some fabulous words said here, and it's the speech I wrote, or the notes I wrote, I'm going to have to throw them out because they were a little nasty.
To me?
Not to you. I'll get to you at the end here. But, you know, it's easy, and I would often start off talking about public services, saying, hey, it's a privilege and an honor to serve. But here I've got to add in capital letters and a challenge. This has been a challenging term for me. I've been around a little bit. I think I served with 23 mayors and councilors, not 23 mayors, but 23 members of council over the 23 years I've been here. So I've seen it all, and in many ways, and it is a challenge. And this year's been a challenge, and I don't want to blame everything. It's so easy to blame COVID for everything, but it started going a little sideways for me on this term with COVID, because we used to get together, and we used to interact as people, and then all of a sudden we had to Zoom. You know, and you know, that to me sort of, it was convenient because I didn't have to put my pants on. You should be laughing at it, David. I'm sure, David, I'm sure you were meeting once in a while in your boxer shorts. But it was so impersonal, and you know, the issues are so challenging at this council table, and any council table. I mean, we're a growing community. We're one of the best communities, by far the best place to live anywhere. Langley is just lovely, and I love it. So there's passion that grows in you when you're dealing with items, and they're not easy. I think one of the first terms I learned, a term in my first term, was the no right answer question, because so many of the things that come our way are, you know, don't have a definite and an obvious solution. They're challenging, and that's why you have a council of diverse people to try and navigate through those things and come up with the right answer. But it is challenging, and I guess I should say, I haven't been terribly proud of myself on many occasions because I'm so passionate about it, maybe it comes out the wrong way. Somebody said to me, Bob, it's not what you say, it's kind of how you said it. And so, you know, those are things that I need to learn in my life. And you'd think I would have learned it after 23 years, but we all need to learn how to better deal with each other and how to accomplish the best thing. And certainly, after listening to all the comments tonight at the table, there's no doubt that we're all here for the right reason. We all have the love of Langley in our hearts. We all try and do the very best thing we can. And all I can say is it's a darn good thing we have good staff because I bet you when they go home Monday night, it's like, hello, what are we going to have to do about this one? But they keep the ship righted, no matter how many diversions this council or any council wants to take. So thankful to them. And, you know, it's a huge workforce that we have, isn't it? And so it is an honor and a privilege to be up here as the leaders of that huge workforce. And I guess we have to remember, and I try and remind myself, that we're not shareholders. You're the shareholders. The public's the shareholders. So when I ran my own companies, I could do whatever I wanted. But here we have to remember that we're stewards of the corporation, and we have to try and do the best for everybody. And there's as many diverse opinions out there as there is here on this council table. So that's the challenge of local government. So as we turn the page on this one, better days ahead maybe for me. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I just hope that everyone that's watching and listening will make very, very wise decisions on who they support and vote for in the upcoming election, because this is a very tough job, and it's a very coveted job for many, but it's a very difficult job too, to align that passion that you have inside of you with practical solutions. So maybe that's just an excuse for me to say sometimes I lose it. But anyway, Jack, I was there the night you decided you were going to run for mayor. And from then on it was hoo-hoo, right? And you grabbed the opportunity, you went with it. You've had some tough goes. I think I might have poked you in the eye once in a while. But you have done a great job, and I wish you the very, very best in your future. And I thank everybody here for putting up with me, and we'll have a good summer and great election coming up.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob. Councillor Kunst.
Thank you. I'm reminded that everybody wants to eat cake, so. So it's been a pleasure to serve my first term on council. The analogy of the fire hose comes to mind. You know, the first couple of years, it's literally the information coming your way is, you know, so you just hunker down and you read everything you can and you meet who you can and you take the phone calls and you meet with staff and try to learn as much as you can. And that's what I promised myself that I would do, and I did that. And I'm here at the end of 4 years, and feeling a little bit more knowledgeable about a few things, but there's still just so much to learn. I really appreciate our staff. You know, we went through a global pandemic. We went through atmospheric rivers and heat domes. And our staff is just always there with, you know, able to, you know, help us manage this role. And so I really appreciate the work that you all do. And, you know, as well, you know, not to mention, you know, as mentioned today, our first responders and the work that they do in our community. And, you know, that's just highlighted, you know, all the time. So I just want to, you know, shout out to them. I want to take a minute to just thank my council colleagues. You know, I felt like the new skater on the team when I got here. Everybody seemed like they knew exactly what they were doing, knew exactly what to say. So, you know, it took me a little bit, but thanks for your patience, and I've really appreciated getting to know all of you. Jack, I just want to, Mayor Jack, thank you for being my first mayor. I hope that, you know, there will be other mayors that, you know, I'll be able to, but I will remember my first mayor sitting here, and I just appreciate so much your calm way of dealing with each and every one of us. There's a lot of friction here at the table at times, and you're able to sort of, you know, help us get through that. So I hope you enjoy your retirement, and you do lots of fishing and enjoy your island retreat. And most of all, I just want to thank the residents of the Township of Langley. So this is why we're here to serve you. So just want to a shout out to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. All right. Well, thank you very much to every member of council for those kind words. It's much appreciated. You're going to make me cry, David. That's not good. But I do appreciate those kind words. We are a team. We may not always pull in the same direction, but we are a team, and we work hard for the betterment of our residents. Early on, when I first decided to run, I happened to go to Abbotsford's Pioneer Banquet because my mother and father-in-law were being honored that night, and I saw George Ferguson. And I said to George, this is in May of 2011, I said, George, I'm running for mayor. And he looked at me and he said, and George Ferguson, for those who don't know him, was a mayor, Reeve, and mayor of Sumas Municipality in Abbotsford, and even Abbotsford Municipality, and also Abbotsford after amalgamated with Mascouche. So he'd been around a long time, about 36 years. He told me, your boss are the residents. Don't ever forget that, and I never have. You are my bosses, so this is a speech to my boss. Serving as your mayor for the past 11 years has been quite a privilege. It's been a tremendously satisfying, challenging, and at times tough. I'm extremely proud of this council's accomplishments as well as past councils. And I've always thought of past councils, we go back 150 years. There's councils that have made decisions a long time ago that we're feeling them today. Some good, some bad, but everyone did it with the best intentions. A lot of enhancements in our community have been overseen by councils, including, and I'll name a few projects I'm proud of. The construction of the Aldergrove Credit Union Community Center, the 216th Street Highway 1 interchange, the widening of Fraser Highway, the Williams Community Plan, and the update of the Brookswood Furnish Community Plan, which I inherited on day one and is still not quite complete. So there's something for the next mayor to carry on with, but it was quite a journey on that. I'm particularly proud of the Township's Public Engagement Charter, which is created through the work of the Mayor's Standing Committee on Public Engagement to explore better ways of enhancing communications between the public and council. I was also thrilled to have co-hosted the Township's annual Mayor's Gala with IAFF 4550 Township of Langley firefighters to benefit the Firefighters Charitable Society and support amazing causes like the Langley Memorial Hospital's new emergency department and the Langley Hospice House. Over the past 3 terms, we've seen vital upgrades to the Langley Regional Airport, supplied Aldergrove residents with clean, sustainable water through the East Langley Water Supply, opened and expanded parks and facilities that are enjoyed by residents every day. Being able to build on the exceptional quality of life that we enjoy here in the Township of Langley has been truly rewarding. We are a diverse community, a growing community, and a caring community. I'm proud that I was part of these decisions, and I appreciate members of council for the diverse opinions and ability to debate issues thoroughly. Debate is the core of a true democracy. Our debates benefit those we represent and speak to how we strive to ensure the decisions made at this table are in the best interests of community. We certainly don't always agree, and already heard it, sing kumbaya after we vote on every issue, but we strive to accept the will of council and support those final resolutions. One thing I'm proud of, in sitting in 3 terms with these councils, is that we're independent. I look across the fence to other municipalities and see that, yeah, it might be easier to have a block of votes that you can count on, but I don't think it's better government. I know that may change in Langley, and that's fine. That's just the way things are going nowadays. But I've worked with independent councillors who have a voice, represent their constituents fervently, and their ideals, and don't stray from that. And I appreciate that diversity that we have on council, and I've always supported an independent council. And little advice I heard from a religious leader early in my term, and when I started way back, and she told me it's okay to review your views. And I've had to do that. Sure, we vote on something one day, but maybe more information comes along, and sometimes it's hard to let go. But that advice has stood me in good stead, is that we can review our views. We can look back and say, maybe I was wrong, or maybe there's a better way, or maybe another member of council has a better way of doing it, and to accept that. Sometimes, and that's a difficult part about governance. But I always remember those words. When I first ran for mayor in 2011, I had no idea that we'd face an unprecedented global crisis during my time on council. No one did. I'm especially thankful to the township's strength, resiliency, and continuity during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dealing with the challenges presented was not an easy feat for any of us, but Langley's Emergency Operations Center got up and running quickly. Our messaging reached the public efficiently and accurately. Our action was taken to support our residents and business during this difficult time. Our condolences go out to families who lost loved ones during this terrible period. As our homes and community closed to prevent the spread of the virus, we all felt the impact of a world on hold, and we're still feeling those impacts. And I recall when it first started, nobody knew what we were going to do, and I called council together. We had a meeting, we had to do a budget. Council rallied, we got together, we got some important work done right off the bat, not knowing what the future held, and I want to thank members of council for being so resilient and working with me and working together. The arrival of the vaccine in early 2021 signaled the beginning of us getting back to normal, but it was a time in our lives and our history that we'll never forget. I'm sure none of us will miss the Zoom and Teams meetings. You're on mute. How many times have I had to say that and had it told to me? There's nothing like seeing colleagues, friends, and family in person and having discussions face to face. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank it's bad because I'm going to get to Grant here, former council members, and I see two in the audience, Michelle Sparrow and Bev Dornan, Charlie Fox, Angie Qualley, and Grant Ward. Grant passed away in September of 2020. And the park at the airport, which he loved dearly, will be named after him. It takes a lot to serve your community in this way, and we appreciate all the work of the former councils that I worked with and in my previous terms. And thank the councillors that I'm working with today. You've all, as I said earlier, expressed your independent thought, made decisions. I've agreed with some, I haven't agreed with any. But at the end of the day, I always said, call the vote, move on. And use the tools in my toolbox of things I think should go differently. And most of the time, council supported it with more information, but it's been quite rewarding. A direct correlation to any council success is due to the professionals we have on staff. Our dedicated and knowledgeable employees who are always on call to answer our questions. Our Chief Administrative Officer, Mark Backen, our General Manager of Municipal Administration and Community Services, Jason Winslade, General Manager of Engineering and Community Development, Raman Sefi. I don't know how many times I said, Mr. Sefi, answering all the questions. It's amazing how you can answer all the questions. I'm sure you make it up, both of you. Director of Finance, Sandra Ruff, Director of Recreation, Christine Blair, Director of Arts, Culture, and Community Initiatives, Peter Tulamello, Director of Human Resources, Shannon Harvey-Renner, Director of Corporate Administration, Steve Sheepmaker, Director of Public Works, Roland Zwag, and Director of Development Services, and my public hearing buddy, Stephen Richardson. Fire Chief, Steve Gamble, our Royal Canadian Mounted Police Officer in Charge, Superintendent Adrian Marsden, our Clerk, Wendy Bauer, Advisor to Council, Bill Story, and Mayor and Council's office staff, Melissa and Natalie, who always keep us on track. Thank you very much. I also like to thank our union leaders, and I see Sarah Manchester here from CUPE, and also Jordan Sparrow of the IAFF. Thank you for the leadership that you provide. All of the employees at the township and the hard work you do to make their lives better, and also in that regard, serving our residents and our community, so thank you. You each go above and beyond for everyone at this table, and we sincerely appreciate your expertise and guidance. I want to thank all township staff members for their hard work and dedication to the residents of Langley Township and ensuring our community continues to thrive. Thanks go to our committee volunteers for their time and effort in providing reports and information for council's consideration. Your work is valued and appreciated, and you can see the results in the heritage markers, recreation facilities, seniors initiatives, and economic diversity that we enjoy in our community. I wish the council incumbents seeking re-election and all of those looking to gain a seat at this table the very best. This is not an easy job, but the accomplishments are immeasurable. And I'll leave you with a reminder, if I may, be open-minded and come here with a mindset of continuous learning, as the work you do at this table is for your family, neighbors, and future generations. As for the next mayor, you will find the work tough, demanding, and overwhelmingly gratifying. Again, we are a diverse community, a growing community, and a caring community, and I'm happy to have served our local government for 3 terms. I'd just like to wrap. Give me a minute. Cake. I want to wrap up by acknowledging and thanking my family for their support. My children, Marilyn, Jason, and Jenny, their partners, John, Amanda, and Ray. And my 9 grandchildren. It gets tougher. And they remind me all the time that I'm just grandpa. One of the most challenging events let's have something here. excuse me, for my wife. Okay, I have to get it together. I started this term with my wife, Deb. She kept me grounded. And reminded me of why we were committed to service. She passed away after a long battle of cancer. It was a rock. So thank you. I knew that would be the tough part, but I want to mention her. Thanks. And now, a motion to terminate.
Termination!
Second. All in favor? Yeah, that was a hard part.